back up. Just a little bit of a compositional thing, I think, for them. But hey, this series still could go either way because, you know, it's Nitemare, guys. Let's not get too carried away.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw a struggle on that first fight, first point actually, from Nitemare, and I want to get your opinion on this, Chase. You saw them do this twice actually. They're doing we're gonna let our Winston take damage, and we're gonna take about a minute, 30 to 45 seconds to get that nano onto our Winston, and then just throw him in there and hope the fight goes well. I mean, we've seen that time and time and again. If that first fight with that nano Winston with that advantage doesn't go well, you just get alt cycled so easily because you don't have any anymore. It's just kind of a risk reward thing that sometimes can't get executed well enough.
Exactly. I think the thing that most teams are fundamentally missing, and it's almost like a coaching tip for anyone in the chat, although I hate to sort of do this whilst I'm color casting because the two don't really overlap well. What you get when your Winston is poking right worse than trying to build the primal and build the nano is that you get the opportunity to let your flankers stage themselves and get into position, because what was happening there is that they were just blind diving with the nano onto top Thomas, and Burns could see it from a mile away. They're not engaging. Okay, this Winston isn't diving. Everyone on the side of Goliath knows that Thomas is going to be getting nanoed and going in. So what do? They just sit well back on the high ground. They give space, and they prepare to just displace the monkey, because if they can displace the monkey once he dives in, then that whole dive from Nitemare just collapses and it falls in a second. So it's really predictable, but one thing that, as I said, they get with the staging is pincering those DPS. If they pincer those DPS, then the dive is less likely to fail, because then they've got three things to look at, as opposed to just the nanoed Winston. So Nitemare, a little bit lacking on the dive tech there, but hey, nonetheless, if they can rely on individual plays from Sab B, then Pomku, Thomas, and Ascend can absolutely carry the rest, because, as I said, their fingerprints were all over that map. Goliath, I don't know what they can do to respond. They looked a little shaky there. I think it was just a composition thing, maybe just a map thing. As they get into the next map, which is Rialto. This is the spooky map. This is the spooky versus fish moment. This is the spooky incident. So if there's ever a map that Goliath needed to level up this series, I think Rialto would be it. No.
Coming in on boat cam, obviously. I know the observers over there, they love their boat cam.
Boat champ.
The boat champ.
Boat champ.
So we're going to see two angles of boats. I think I know exactly who's doing this.
They're gondolas, actually. Nerd emoji.
Sorry. Gondolas are a type of boat.
They are.
Subsection of boat. So boat still applies.
Ah, there are actual boats. I forget. There are actual speed boats there, aren't there? There's like the little cruise boats. But
oh, yeah.
Yeah, the little speedboats in between the gondolas, but nonetheless, eat the rich. Something that is going to be rich. Speaking of, if Goliath can do this properly, it's their ultimate economy, because as I said, Goliath back on the double shield for the defense. They've got so much pressure, so much angle, just so much control, and it just requires a little bit of patience and a little bit of overlaying. If Goliath can potentially layer correctly, they're going to have first fight window, into second fight flux, into third fight bongo, into fourth fight window, and so forward, not even counting these DPS ultimates. On the side of Nitemare, though, looking to go 2-up in this series, it's a pretty new comp for them. I don't think I've seen them play too much. Thomas back on the ball, but Waves is going to be in, making his debut, and on the Pharah.
Rain Mercy time. I think that's what everyone's been waiting for here. I know some people talking about the Rhine v Rhine potentially coming out. No. The Rain Mercy is what you needed. Obviously, having to field all their players here are going to have to make some liberties with what roles their people are playing on, as it's going to be a poke fest right now, waiting for the ball to get an angle, waiting for the boop to come in, and I think it does. The Orisa is a little bit out of position now, booped away, and so is Phoenix. A great job there from Thomas to boop them off the high ground and just leave them sitting in a barrel to be shot at. Of course, Waves is there to provide the shooting, as going to have to be running back to spawn and see what Goliath tries to respond with.
Yeah, so much space there. Thomas unfortunately got executed first time around by optical crash on that echo, but that echo was nowhere in sight the second time, and it meant that Waves and Thomas were able to just free farm yet again. Thomas, look at how much space, how much attention he's driving, and it just means that Waves can free farm here on this echo. 2 minutes 45 left on the clock. Spooky though, that's a really good opening take. That's the Diva gone. No DM, no coverage, no boosters, nothing.
We kind of see Optical Crash kind of lead the Mercy to death right there, as I don't know what that res is, Brain. I'm going to be honest with you. I can give you some credit, not some credit, but some excuses with ping and everything. But that's not a ping difference. That's why are you resing that difference as? I mean, looking at this next fight, how do you respond from Goliath to the absolute amount of ults that are going to come at you here? Like, especially with mine's going to zone your backline.
The thing with Goliath is they have so many good ultimates themselves, right? The mines is the big thing, because what Thomas should do is Thomas needs to force them out from this bunker and out under this little archway that we see point B there. If they can force Nitemare forward, if Nitemare can force Goliath forward or back, then they have action. Spooky's Bongo is early. I think it's too early, and it means that Nitemare just get a pretty precious reprieve. But as I say that, Sappy, oh, you do not want to be getting DMEC there.
That's the second ult in a row that's instantly resulted in Sappy losing the mech. Optical is going to be hunting for some kills here. Probably not going to find this ball. Does get that mega. He's full HP, but this soldier is just not in the best position. Is going to get chased down here, as I think Optical's a little confused about what's going on. The is right above them. Could get two-shot here, but instead going to have to back out. And those ultimates from Nitemare are still online.
Absolutely are. The trance is going to be so big in this next fight, because Goliath have just got a metric boatload of damage to throw into them. Rain's Valkyrie is going to keep them tasty as well. It's an overlap of the support ultimates. Not sure Cruz and the boys at Paris Eternal would like that one. That's an old reference. If you get it, then you deserve a veteran's pass. But nonetheless, Waves on the high ground doing so much damage. It's a Diva bomb though. So oh no, Phoenix is med, sorry. I'm so confused with the spectators. But nonetheless, delightful. Oh.
Rain does get a res off this time, but Mini is a bit out to dry here. Goodbye, Mini. Hello, Mini. Goodbye, Mini. We're going to go back off to spawn. These fights have been incredibly scrappy so far, but again, we see Nitemare with an ult advantage, but that hasn't helped them so far. I mean, but eventually it has to result in something, right?
That's too right, Copium. The thing is, Thomas is on ball here, and what Thomas wants to do is wants to boop and displace, and when he boops and displace, he needs someone to collapse and pincer with him. But no one on Nitemare can do that, only Sapbeat can do it. And what he's tried to do the last 3 fights is he's tried to pincer with Thomas, and he's lost his mech every single time because of it. He's got Diva Bomb here, so that could potentially be a Mr. Ratio special again. They really need it right now, though. They need a miracle here. And score goes down, that could be it. This could be the fight for Nitemare.
Unfortunately, it's very split there. Squall off on the stairs there. Cannot get any help as Waves is going one shot, but is going to get some assistance there from Rain. And that's the fight going over. Some mispositioning there from the backline of Goliath, combined with not really being ready for that barrage, despite it being 4 minutes in the making. And just the fight goes their way in kind of an unceremonious fashion.
Yeah, it's a little bit scrappy, it's a little bit dirty, but I'm sure Nitemare will take it any step of the week. Now they really need to push the 10-point snowball. They cannot afford to let Goliath set up, because if they do, you're just going to give space to Phoenix, to Optical, to Chimarin to do so much damage. We're going to be getting window any second now as well, so Nitemare, it doesn't really look like it, but they're going to be racing against the clock. It's only 1 minute 58 left worth, so they've got at most 3 or 4 lights left, and they can't afford to lose any, because eventually there's going to be 2 or 3 fights where they're just going to get out-ulted. That's a minefield coming in from Thomas, and it does. It finds good. It finds good.
Yeah, it can be quite an effective ultimate against these double shield or Orisa Diva compositions, because a lot of your team is going to be clumped up together, and spreading them out is exactly what you want to do against that lamp. Exactly what happens is these fights are just ending so quickly. One ult and it's over. And right now, the Orisa are trying to walk up, trying to get back onto this point. Here it is, the recontest with Phoenix already going down so low. The Transcendence is available, and it's going to be Optical copying this Demon, going, I have to get rid of Pumpku on this high ground. But don't forget about Waves either. Bombs go out, trading 1 for 1 so far. But you're going to be Goliath. You have another bomb ready and waiting. And there it is. Waves trades their life for 1 kill. Is it worth it? The bomb finally going to come out from Optical Crash. It's going to result in a kill. The focusing beam isn't quite enough, just barely not enough to take out that Mercy.
How is Rain alive?
Rain is just living somehow.
How is Rain still alive?
A little bit spaghetti. Some spaghetti is somewhere on this floor. Someone might slip over it, guys. You gotta watch out for slipping hazard. The Bob is gonna come on to this point. That Ash swap finally having some great effect here with that 1200 HP body on the point. Spooky comes back just to kind of just die. As Sappy is kind of clearing up this point. The reinforcements have arrived, and Pumpku is now clear to throw out that visor. And it's kind of been a little bit of a fall from grace here for Goliath. That first point so strong, and it's been rough.
What a mess on point B. How can planes fly? How can penguins swim? How is Rain still alive in that fight? I have absolutely no idea, but that Mercy being able to live was so good, because they sunk every single cooldown to kill Rain. Finally, they got him. Just hit him with the FU middle finger, I think. That's more just a grief elimination. Just like, get this Mercy off my battlefield. Finally, Goliath, though, make a really nice swap to Brawl, actually. They get 2 picks. They're going to get the wall. They get the Kree as well. So Goliath, though, playing the macro game, they make the full comp swap over. And now on to last point. They're absolutely at the compositional advantage here. Nitemare need to decide what they're going to do here. Worse, are they going to give up? Or are they going to give the ultimate? Are they going to go? Because board composition against Ryan composition fundamentally wins 99% of the time. But this Reinhardt composition does not need to rotate. And when they rotate, it's when the board composition is at its strongest against it. So it's going to be a big test of metal here for Nitemare. Can they do it? Let's find out.
Oh, it's going to get a massive slam at the stun. No damage going to come out. Pulse Bomb is onto those tanks, so it's not a stick. Not going to do the full amount of damage. It's going to be the Cassidy finding the first pick in this fight. The newly selected Cassidy there as they just swapped off of this composition. The ultimates were not in their favor, but Spooky is swinging. Going to get that Shatter up very shortly. The High Noon is big, so it's a Shatter. As the fight already kind of over, it's going to get finished just that quicker. There's now 30 seconds remaining, but it is third point Rialto. You don't expect to finish this out.
No, it's a hard HQ though for Nitemare. They absolutely need to change because Waves and PomQ just can't walk in once Thomas dies, and there's nowhere for Thomas really to go on this Wrecking Ball. Wrecking Ball is atrocious on third point Rialto here. It's so bad, but Nitemare with 10 seconds left, they're going to have to use Thomas to scramble to the payload. And what does that mean? It means that Chimrin can just take his time, not rush this Blizzard. Hopefully it doesn't get eaten by the DM of Satby, and they can just walk this in, and Goliath can look towards a full hold.
Spooky, he's just alone, and nothing can stop him, but the ball in the backside is massive! Phoenix finds 2, Spooky another. The tanks here for Goliath are going absolutely nuclear as they're finding kill after kill, but finally Spooky will be silenced there by Satby. Looking for another moment of their own. They have that bomb still available. Can they do anything here? Chamoran, though, the reinforcements are going to come back in Goliath's favor. They have that Blizzard available, and Phoenix is still alive until he gets crushed by Satby. Satby finding so much value in this fight. Chamoran has to look for this Blizzard at an opportune time when their team can follow up. They haven't found it just yet.
Oh, PomQ's trigger finger is so cold in that last fight. It was pretty quiet this map, but stepped up when his team needed him. And now on this Cassidy, so good, putting so much pressure into the Reinhardt. Satby gets the E!
Satby do be eating some ultimates right now as Spooky gonna just suicide charge in the back line. The third point could be taken here on Rialto, but Optical has something to say about the Squall. Swapping the Mercy, the Moira, the Squall, Moira Gambit is gonna find 3 there. Okay, Squall just should, I don't know if Squall should just play Moira all the time, but finds 4 in that fight.
Oh my
Squall just finds kills on Moira in overtime fights like crazy.
Well,
I don't know, if we just run 6-man, I think we could just solve some issues here.
It's quite late, so I can't be too loud. I can't be bouncing off the walls, but I thought
for
sure Goliath had dropped that fight because Satby had eaten the Blizzard. Chimmerin gets his mails eaten, I think, more than any other May I've seen in B-League so far, just donating them into the defense matrices. But Satby gets the gobble, but unfortunately Squall comes back on the Rage Swap Moira. It's going to have to be a signature at some point. She's done it twice now in clutch situations. Did it last week. Or the week before. Yep, it did it the week before, 2 weeks ago, against the Redwood Rockets to send them down and out. And potentially here, she swapped over again to the Moira out of Baptiste jail, giving her team a lifeline, a breath of hope in this match, in this map, to tie it up and send the series to a map 3. It's such a huge play from Squall. Was absolutely just cleaning up in the kill feed, but they needed every inch, every second of that damage because Goliath had the fight, then they lost the fight, then they had the fight again, then Satby ate the Blizzard, and it was all going tits up. But unfortunately for Nitemare, Squall came out on the Moira, Irish moment, and the rest is history. Goliath, great chance here to be able to win this. They just have to finish the map, and hey, they're going to be going with some sort of anti-brawl, anti-Pharah based rush comp here to start out. So Goliath, they've done their homework. They expect the ball from Thomas, I assume.
Let me seeing if this Sombra can find the value they desire. Obviously, this Cassidy, they'll be looking for Wave's head, trying to find something. Squall. 07's in the chat to go into the dip. They are gone. So now it's going to be Waves looking for some more damage here. Eden Hall, the final hope for healing, as right now, as Diva's going to slide off that roof, is going to have those boosters available in just a minute. As Waves, again, just continue poking, but has to back up. That early pick not benefiting Nitemare in the slightest, but this is kind of what they need to do, right? This is kind of what this composition is designed around, which is just sit in the air and poke out. Optical by himself could get found out. Samba is just farming up, and it's just going to be a slow to start this out.
Yeah, it's going to be so slow, and I think if Squall can't find an angle onto Wave on the Pharah, then she should honestly just go back to the Moira. Great rotation from Goliath that gives themselves the high ground, and that gives Crash, the Cassidy, the high ground, but unfortunately Squall dies first in the fight again. Nitemare collapse, they are quick, they are ruthless, and they send them back. 2 minutes 56 left on the clock. This fight is still going. Wave picks up a pair, he picks up a trio, and he's going to pick up a quad onto the Reinhardt of Spooky. Down he goes. And Goliath, he had step one right, but unfortunately he didn't look at the bird in the sky. It wasn't a plane, it wasn't a Superman, it was just waves on the Pharah, and Heatwave's absolutely faking them out right now. It was a great play, a great collapse from the bird of Waves, going to be rewarded with Barrage because of it. Now, Nitemare looking in control, if I do say so myself. This could potentially be another hero moment needed from Goliath here to push this out.
FaZe is gonna look for this barrage here. Do we look up? No, we don't. We don't look up. In fact, it's been failed. As someone in chat just said, look up challenge has been failed miserably. It's impossible apparently, as it's just been a consistent issue on this map. Waves getting away with far too much for what a Pharah can or should be able to get away with, especially in these more confined areas. It's kind of sad.
It's so illegal. That barrage was just illegal from Waves. Dropped down with the nano, and 3 went so quick. They went into the night. Shimmer in here going to be going for potentially a lip EMP to bring the pharmacy down, but looks like going to get the hack on the ball. But the Flash, they can't do anything. They hack Thomas, but they can't go on him.
This Pharah is literally sitting behind them right there. Thank you. They finally have looked in their general direction and realized that they were actually inting with that positioning. They are now dead. And they're going to be pushing up on the high ground here. The Diva going to be going up. Gets slept up. Spooky is going to swing on this now hacked Sat B. Cannot get that bomb out. Spooky quite low. He's going to have to watch out for the slam. It's 2. Puts him on the ground. And now that should be the fight ending here unless Waves can do something. But no, Optical is just uncontested. Doesn't have the flashbang for this Mercy so far. But ooh, nice shots from Optical. Finally kind of showing off why you want to be on that Cassidy. Haven't seen it so far, but we've seen it. We saw it now.
Okay, Cassidy's nuts, I guess. Optical Crash a little bit unleashed there.
What is up with you? What's up with you?
I'm just, it's a Nitemare game. I'm shit posting, man. Listen, I'm going for showreel. Allow me. Anyway. Listen, Optical Crash hitting the
Fortnite cranking. Like, what's up?
Listen, it's all interconnected. It's its own iceberg at this point. It's the Jace casting iceberg. But nonetheless, back on with the game. Optical Crash, got the high ground here, got the high noon, got the thing. Oh, waves! Finds 4. And oh no, Goliath are torn asunder. The bird does it again. Such a good fight. Only barrage used for Nitemare as well. And goodbye, Goliath. Back to the spawn you go. Thought you had it. Got the high ground. Got the snowball. But unfortunately, yeah, the bird said no.
We're going to be looking to see if Waves can continue up this, especially if we end up going to that 3rd point, right? You've kind of lost that barrage now. You're going to be trying to build it back up. This nano can go on a variety of targets. Could even go on Waves if you want to get that barrage even faster. But again, Waves is on cart right now in a very precarious position. Doesn't have any assistance from his team, but Optical instead is going to use that role. Use all the resources to go for Pump Q. I don't know if that's the #1 target you need, but you're going to be EMPing this Mercy. Just taking out Rain, the alpha threat. Rain is the biggest level of the field so far. Another beat is going to secure that this bomb is going to kill no one. The Nano did in fact go on top of Waves, trying to get that barrage as fast as possible. Already 70 to it. And now these ultimates going to come in trying to disrupt the rush. But we haven't really seen much of a rush so far from Goliath. It's kind of been a slow meander into them. This bomb is going to be extremely effective at taking out Wave, but Phoenix will trade their life for it. And Pump Q is on the backside. There's no Diva on the field, obviously having used that bomb, and that's the deficit of using that bomb offensively. As Optical Crash is now trying to respond here, looking for something. The Shatter is going to hit this Ana. The solo Shatter trying to take them out. And now it's just Rain and Waves against the world. It's a familiar story. It's basically been a 2v6 multiple times in this map. Not because of Nitemare misplaying, but because they've just been that effective. As again, the barrage almost accrued. And now they're going to get taken out before it can go out. Can you get the res off? I'm not sure.
No, it's so good for the Crash there. They fall the Danger Man on Waves, and it gives Goliath a lifeline once again to finish it off. Thomas means no ball, no point to contest for them, so they should watch this in despite the efforts and best attempts of that beat down that D would go back to spawn. So, but Waves,
no shot.
Something to say about it? No way, no shot, no mega
shot.
no shot, Bucko, no shot, Bucko, no shot,
no shot. We 1v6 barrage and win the fight. No,
no fucking way. Not four.
No, not again. Not again.
No way in hell. Waves does it 4 times on one map. Even 3 is egregious enough. But I can respect Waves going for it because Nitemare just make a full comp swap. They're gonna go over to the Broad. Shimmering though does have the EMP, so Goliath have the advantage. They've got tempo. Do they recognize it? They should, because well, Nitemare full comp swap, so should potentially be EMP shatter. So get your hypes up, get your clips ready, because Spooky is about to knock 6 on the floor.
EMP comes out of the 6-man. Wait, no, 1-man EMP it looks like. I can't quite tell. That was weird. It kind of fitted in and out of that UI, but gonna be clean fight win off that EMP. And now look at the ultimates here. It's just so heavily in Goliath's favor after that Nitemare comp swap. Swap.
It really is, and I think despite the best efforts at Waves, Goliath could potentially be drawing this series up. 1 minute 28 left. Phoenix and Spawn's ultimates are going to be so good at allowing the tanks of Goliath to stick on the payload for this next map. They get Rain, they get the lamp as well, so Waves going to have to clutch up. Nope, falls down, optical grad finds 2. And this series is all but over. Thanks to some excellent soldier play from Mr. Trash himself, with hot on the hit stand the entire map, going up against it in pressure situations. Was put into the deep fryer, you know, like a southern fried chicken, just completely oiled up, cranked up to 100. Optical Crash delivered, and Goliath take the map.
Yeah, and it feels so weird. This whole series has been so scrappy. It's so chaotic.
It's so stuffed.
Yeah, scuffed is a good word, actually. It feels like some fights there's just key basics that aren't being hit by both teams even, and then other fights it seems like it's just such a one-sided sweep. I don't know if it's just the ultimate that is not comfortable in neutral games without fight-winning ultimates, or it just feels all over the place for them. And of course, if you are just coming back from that ads, first things first, subscribe. You don't have to deal with ads. It's the first thing, okay? It's a built-in Twitch ad blocker. You should do that. Second of all,
it's got an ad block, lol.
Okay, or just subscribe. Just give it to BP. Give it to him.
True. Any primers?
Any primers? Any primers in chat? I
Anyway.
want to see 2 primes, or we're just canceling the stream. I think we might have already done that. But we will be seeing here this third map. It's interesting. 1-1 now. Goliath had a similar situation against 7-piece. They lost the first map and they reverse swept with that 2-0. Can we see that again?
I can't tell if stream is currently going on right now. We're in it.
It is. It's just my cam. It's just my cam. I'm just in the void, okay?
Good.
I'm just there, you know.
Oh, you are deep under the iceberg. You are 4 layers in the blender. Holy shit. I'll take
Guys,
over.
I'm in physical pain until you prime. If you don't prime, I'm actually suffering. It's torture. Help me.
Worst is getting the interdimension.
Subscribe.
If anyone sees Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, then this is exactly what Worst is going through right now. This is Spider-Man Noir trying to break back into his own reality. But nonetheless,
I could disable this, but like this is kind of interesting.
Why not? Why? Why disable it?
Guys,
Like,
I'm
why?
actually in pain. Please.
Like why disable it? Anyway, Goliath take that map basically from the jaws of defeat. Wave and PomQ did so much that map, but Goliath. I think Goliath, what we're learning here, chat, is that Goliath are a very momentum-based team. Once Goliath got into their rhythm, they got into the groove, they were able to string a couple of fight wins together. They were doing really well. Once they got the space for Optical to deal with that Pharaoh, Waves popped like almost instantly. I still think Goliath are not utilizing Shimmering to the fullest. I think Shim is sort of being forced onto heroes that he's not quite comfortable with, and I think it's showing for Goliath. But sometimes you have to play the weak link to be part of the strong army, you know. That's not a saying, but there's some form of saying about being the weak link for the rest of your team. You have to be the role player sometimes, and Goliath, by playing these sort of picks like the Sombra, the May, it's allowing Optical, it's allowing Phoenix, it's allowing Spooky to get so many resources poured into them that they can dominate. And when Goliath get going, when the steam train gets rolling for them, they are stomping. But it's just a case of Nitemare being able to buy time, because if you've noticed, Worst, not only because of the compositions that they've been playing, but every long fight, Nitemare have won like so easily. But these fights where it's 10 to 15 seconds, Goliath are just popping them.
Yeah, and I think we have to see kind of a return to that first map, if you will, on Blizzard World, on that defense, where you saw, it was kind of what we talked about in the beginning, where we look at on paper, and we look at Nitemare and we go, their tanks and their their tanks are extremely solid, if not exceptional, and their DPS as well. Pumpku can be a little hot or cold, but when he's hot, obviously amazing, and Ascend has been consistently very good this entire season. It's all about, like, can that backline find enough value? And that first map, I mean, that backline, you couldn't have seen a backline that got more value in B-League, it felt like. They were just doing everything they needed to do.
Yeah,
I think
Mini was...
Burns died twice that entire map, I think, and one was, like, but they got rolled first fight, so...
Yeah. But Burns and Mini were completely untouched on Blizzard World compared to that map. I don't even think they were dying first too much. It was just that once Goliath got rolling, they sort of managed to fell the front line of Nitemare so easily. And unfortunately, Goliath just stuck it to the payload, and they absolutely threw their courage to the sticking place. And it did not fail. That's a Macbeth reference for anyone in chat. I think that's the 3rd week in a row I've used that Macbeth reference. Will I get bored of it? Absolutely not. But nonetheless, Brawl diff on Rialto, Goliath play Brawl, and they stick it out. So we're going into a tiebreaker, we're going over to a control map to settle the score between Nitemare and Goliath. It is 1 map, 2 points to the victor go the spoils. I actually don't know what map it is.
Oasis. It's Oasis.
Oasis.
It's gonna be Oasis, so some Brawl, potentially. Pause chat. Brawl. Rain on Reinhardt and not Mercy. Pause chat.
Potentially.
As good of a kitten as Rain was, I am quite a fan of their Reinhardt.
Was a very PogChamp kitten performance from Rain, but unfortunately, I think it might have to be either back into not the kennel. What do you put cats in? You don't put them in a kennel, do you? You put them in.
Yeah, you do.
Do you? Okay. Well, it's back in.
Okay,
it might have to be back into the kennel for Rain, because whilst the Reinhardt would be so good on University, those other 2 points. You can't play Reinhardt on, really. You're kidding yourself if you think you can play the Reinhardt. Looks like if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Waves this time going to be making his debut on the main support. So that's going to be Mini and Waves on the backline. They've taken off Mr. Carry Farah, Pumpku and Ascend going back in. So Nitemare going to be sticking with this funny Hampton composition to go off. And it's absolutely a strong pick for this. Goliath, though, in response, going to be, as I said, going with the Reinhardt. It's a bold pick, but Spooky lives to be bold, Spooky lives to be brave, so this soldier, Comp is going to do a pretty good job against the ball. I would say generally 2 of the better DPS to counter. I would go with a Cassidy instead of the soldier from Chimarin, but it works nonetheless. Squall is going to be so vital if they can keep Squall alive, which I think they failed to do so at times. Then Goliath, I think potentially can just stick on the objective worst and just play for clock. They don't even need to win fights, they just need to play for time and capture percentage.
Well, now I'm going to see Wave slot into that Brigitte position. Was Burns before, and Burns actually did quite an exceptional job against that dive. But this isn't dive, this is Brawl. You're not really repelling any specific threat. You're kind of just sitting there, packing your DPS when you need to, getting whip shots when you can. It's kind of one of those situations where you're like, wow, I really wish I could be like on a Mercy here because I just want to damage this or something like that. But it's going to be Thomas going to the back line, but you're just dead here at Ball. You're just going to get hacked up and killed instantly. And that frees up Goliath, right? They don't have to worry about that backline rat trying to displace and do a lot of damage. They can kind of push even forward here, but Shimon might be a little bit overzealous there, taking that fight with Pumpku, but nope. Gonna be Sappy trying their best to contest where you want your ball, but obviously no ball in that fight. So a quick first cap for Goliath.
Thomas just bled so much EMP charge over to Optical Crash as well, and it gets worse because now that Goliath have control of the objective, they're going to have health pack control, and that's even worse for the Wrecking Ball. No health pack means the ball cannot play the game, but as I say that, Ascend looks like he's found his way back into the fight for his team, but they've got to walk into the EMP. Thomas gets hacked again, but Mini saves him with the trance.
It's the biggest thing about that Zen, it provides constant poke, the Discord as well. So much damage amplification. Of course, when you're doing that much damage, you can get that transcendence extremely fast, a fight winning ultimate a lot of the time. We're going to be interesting to see what they kind of try to do against the Sombra EMP now that there's no transcendence on the field. No easy, obvious answer.
Yeah, but actually really nice fight from Nitemare off the back of Ascend's pick or two, because it's so much easier to go into EMP than having to have the EMP go into you. Now that Goliath have to rotate into them with EMP, which is going to be just so much more comfortable for them. Optical Crash here on the flank looking, has found Zenyatta, has found Zen, but his team dying around him. Squall's lamp gone down already, so Optical just have to back out. Yes, they concede high ground, but it just stacks them all together. Optical, no! Dies before the EMP. Oh no.
Dies before they can do anything. They've lost a major asset in this fight. Pumpku does have that attack visor if they decide to pull it. They also have the Brigitte rally in case any forward pressure does come in. Squall is actually a little bit Spooky with the charge. Shatters nothing because Wade's already dead from Timoran's visor. The counter visor from Pumpku could be massive here. I don't believe Diva is in their face. Gonna lose their mech for it though, but that's a worthwhile trade. Now it's Chimoran running on the legs as Eden doesn't escape that bomb just in time. Optical still has the EMP, not gonna pull it out. Instead, gonna have to save it as Spooky gives their last breath with a hammer swing and
Nitemare hold this, no way. Oh, Goliath, they did it again. They did it in the first fight. It cost them that initial first fight. The initial percentages. Goliath were just too scrappy, too messy. They bled too much in these cleanups, and it meant that the quicker respawns of Nitemare could come in. Not being able to EMP at the start of the fight, it's 79% now. Optical has had EMP for like 45% here. Desperately going to use it, going to go with it here, but who else can follow up? It's only Phoenix that can follow up onto the backline. Phoenix has to kill Millie here. Phoenix has to kill... No.
Spooky charges the backline. This feels tilt play in a way from Goliath, right? They're like, gosh, we just lost that last fight. Just launch the EMP up there. That's not gonna get you anything. They have the rally for it. It's a super telegraphed EMP. You're not setting anything up. You're just throwing your Sombra in there to die, basically. They don't have TP anymore to try and get away. Not even gonna be able to get the remake kill. I mean, they can pull it back. That's the least brawly point of them all. But I mean, you can't get tilted like that and just throw away win conditions.
Yeah. You can't outburger the king, and unfortunately for Goliath. They tried to flip it. That's where I was going with that, by the way. You can't outburger the king, and unfortunately Goliath tried to flip it one too many times, and well, they fell flat on their face for it. Try saying that like 6 times fast, Jesus. Optical Crash's EMP was absolutely the win condition for Nitemare there, but they just couldn't do it worse. Like, how? Where? Why? Like, they need Nitemare to drop, but Nitemare are just never going to drop there because they'll only contest with Thomas at the last second, and you can't solo EMP a Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, just they aren't speeding on things. They're kind of trying to outpoke a poke composition with a brawl composition. I mean, even if it's Tracer Soldier, they have a Zenyatta. Like, they're gonna just outpoke you in general because of that Discord orb, and you're not really utilizing the biggest difference is that Lucio. I hope to see that here, a point that might be a bit more comfortable for them. Phoenix is already one shot, gonna have to get healed up. Now we're gonna do the waiting game again in the field. We have to be out of the way of spam. We have to be kind of waiting around corners or around certain angles, and then speed when we get the chance. Now we finally have it. We're speeding the point. We're seeing signs of life, signs of brain cells. As the Squall is going to be instantly dead though, as Ascend just works their way into the backline, does TP out, despite the freeze in their face. Chimoran not able to get that freeze just in time. Both trying something here, but he's one shot. Ascend finally taking it out because of that Cassidy. A nice swap away from that Sombra, I would say. Because now the Soldier on this point is just easy pickings. But Mini, no one's looking at Mini, and they're getting 2! Mini's killing people! Oh.
Mini killed so many. Unfortunately, Goliath's just ability to stick on the objective there, sustain the cockroach comp of Goliath. This was just too strong. In the end, Chimeran's May being so good at just being able to stay on the point. Sometimes, hey, it's control. You can always just go to the objective and stay there. Nitemare really only have Ascendant waves that can brawl on this composition. Everyone else from Nitemare needs time, they need space, they need angles, they need distance, and Goliath, well, if they can sit in hooker, if they can sit on high ground, then they can't give it to Nitemare and it becomes so difficult for them to play the game. Look at Ascend, he can't walk in, he has to wait away.
Feels weird. Ascend wants to kind of be in a pseudo brawl right now. The rest of the team can't really follow it up. The Ant Matrix is going to just keep them all at. This is the part where you can actually outpoke them because you have an Ant Matrix. And it's going to be hard. You're going to post a trans out with that. And Thomas is one shot of that line, doesn't get the trans, and now you have a bad position here for your Zenyatta. But it hasn't stopped Mini before, but now it is. That position is going to finally result in their death, and the TP into the backside is not going to find anything at all. Awesome. I'm seeing some signs of life here from Goliath. I'm liking it.
Goliath on a proactive comp, they're playing very, very defensively and very, very cautiously. I think it's benefiting them so much. So many times Goliath have put themselves in situations where they need to clean up and they need to slightly overextend, and they've been punished and they've collapsed because of it. But once they're allowed to just play for the clock and play for time, Goliath looking pretty comfortable here. It's 74%. We're getting into final fight territory for them, Worston. They've got the Blizzard. If Chimerin can finally just stick a Blizzard and avoid the defense matrix of Sap B, then it could potentially be free farming and 1-1 going into University. Oh no, Squall early though. That's a great pick from Pomku.
I like the idea. They're gonna just push past. They don't worry too much about the point. They're trying to win the fight. Unfortunately for them, it does leave their backside exposed. Don't put enough resources into the backside to keep Squall up. They lose the fight because of it, but no ultimates here for Nitemare. You have plenty for Goliath. This is your time to recontest in here. Try to retake this and bring it up to map point.
Yeah, it's going to have to be another Rialto moment for the Farret of Nitemare here. This time it's going to have to come from the send and not waves, because Goliath can just get onto the backline. If they kill Mini, who should be the target, then it's going to be the death. But Thomas, though, Squall dies again. Where's the defense matrix of Phoenix? It's not there. There's a Blizzard from Chimorin. Finds potentially 2 or 3. Mini goes down. So Goliath, I think they're in a whole position now to take this.
Oh, nice shot there from Chimorin. Does result. Nice shots overall. There is Mini does get rezzed up, but I don't know how much the Mercy Zen can do here when there's a full DM available.
Oh, spooky.
And fine, they do trade out the DM, but they lose both supports for it. It's going to be hard to recontest here. We're going to have to see some focus fire, though. Something that we haven't really seen amazing so far from both of these teams has been focus fire. The fights that go on for way too long, because things aren't dying fast enough. But so far, it's been fine. Thomas frozen up. Obviously can't do much, but ascend with this barrage. No one tracks the Pharah. And again, some Pharah shenanigans are occurring in this match. If this results in a round loss, this could be devastating for the mental of Goliath that could go into the next week, even into playoffs. Is right now going to be chasing down the Zen, looking for something here. The Lucio's just wall riding. No one's shooting him, but doesn't touch fast enough. I don't know if that fight would have gone their way, but I mean, still could have touched. But I mean, you're kind of sighing a breath of relief here for Goliath.
Yeah, it was potentially a disaster zone for Goliath, but they just managed to poke it out in the end. And honestly, really good job. Not too bad. Like, okay, Goliath, all right, I see you. Again, times where they faltered a little bit, like Squall died too fast, too early in these fights. Phoenix lost basically his whole armor bar at times randomly for no reason. Spooky's shield was a bit Schrodinger sometimes. But I think the DPS from Goliath pretty consistent in that map overall. Goliath, when they're putting themselves in opportunities to not int, they're not doing too badly. Nitemare, they're going to be pulling out the brawl, so we've not seen them on this basically the entire series, I think. So yeah, let's see how they do. Pomku's May versus the Symmetra of Goliath. So Goliath win the long fight, but if Pomku can find the flash fan with the funny Cassidy hero, then that's their win comp.
No Rhine Madge. That's what I'm saying right now. As it's going to be this frontline pressure. The point is in Goliath's control so far. Obviously not in the percentage-wise, but in terms of map positioning. There's no shield for Thomas to push here. Spooky's though is low. They get a group into the pit. This could be the time to push forward. They're down a member. But now instantly Lucio wall climbs back up. Thomas is just gone, melted away. They're relying on that window to keep them up. The shatter is going to be massive as well. The lamp doesn't prevent the shatter. It just prevents your death, but the CC will still go through. And I think the biggest thing here is that no matter who wins, I think all of chat will be molding either way.
Maybe so, but Goliath do such a good job in that fight of soaking the pressure. Nitemare got window first thanks to Mini. Mini's been so good this series, silently having, I think, one of the better performances I've seen from them in the entirety of the BPL season so far. Charged up so many fast ultimates, so many key picks, beat Squall to the ultimates time and time again, but Goliath just managed to stoke that pressure, and it means they can throw it back in Nitemare 10 forward. Finally is the go button for Nitemare, but they managed to anchor themselves onto the objective to Goliath. They've got point control, but Nitemare, look, they just can't really go anywhere. There's not really anything to go. They go with the Blizzard. Does it get anyone?
He is going to come out here. Thomas doesn't have that shatter just yet. The counter blizzard is available, but Thomas is frozen up. The beat can get melted through quite quickly, but the massive shot! Oh! The High Noon finds 4! Today has been the day of useless ultimates finding a lot of kills. We have Blade kills, we got High Noon kills. What next? Do we find, I don't know.
Diva Bomb kills.
Diva Bomb is not a useless ultimate for zoning, but so far, both these teams love those for kills as well.
Waiting for a chill with Symmetra Wall mod check. I don't think they've added it into the game, but maybe for the next update, who knows. But huge High Noon from Pomku, exactly what they needed, because Nitemare were looking doomed to win that fight. They choked up the nail. The fights where you have to commit your nail, you win, but Thomas puts 4 on the floor, and I don't even think they win it.
Here's a flank shatter. Here's a flank shatter moment. You do
Oh,
have
they do,
Spooky
they do,
shatter.
they do.
Throwing it
Spooky?
out. 4 people on the floor, but Mini is alive, putting pressure down. Shimoran finds
From
2,
okay.
but it's not enough. And Nightmare's still holding strong at this point.
A big slam from Thomas, though. Put 4 on the floor. Spooky, unfortunately, just too little too late. Thomas is somehow 73% on another shatter, by the way. Goat's moment, I guess. But so this game's been so back and forward, by the way, worst. It's just been so fast-paced. Finally, Goliath going to slow it down to the high ground. They're going to have a great window, vantage point here for Squall to go with this amplification matrix any second now. And that means that Spooky can just put a fire strike in and then push through onto point. Spooky, just go for Thomas, just swing on him. You'll win every single time.
Pin wasn't a swing, but was a pin. The flash, though, is available to stop that pin. A little bit ambitious from Thomas, I must be honest with you, as the High Noon couldn't find through again. Spooky is just stuck in the corner. Does have the shield for the first shot, but it is going to break right through it. Pumpkin going to find the flashbang. Get the headshot. The beat is available now for Nightmare, and the point is going to stay in their control. Can Goliath get in here? They only have the Blizzard.
They get so stuck there, and they get pincered in the corner. Both the tanks of Goliath split, and it means that there's just not enough resources allocated to the rest of the squishies. And it just, they fall because of it. Now 93-94%. Goliath's going to have to scramble to the point. Spooky though, so low, no armor, no resources. He's going to have to just touch the last second. And that boost is gone, so Phoenix should get DMAC. Chimoran dies. No, that's the... Nightmare, I think.
But not completed, and it will be Nightmare cleaning up this point, because they pressed more Qs in that fight.
They did.
And
Chimoran dying with the Blizzard there was just so costly for Goliath, but congratulations to Nightmare. They pull it back off some fantastic performances. It was a bit shaky on Rialto. They looked dominant at stages, but in the end, Nightmare pull it out and they are victorious. And PomQ was probably my player of the series, was consistent every time he was in, popped off big moments. Here's the 4K High Noon, rounds the back, just manages to somehow evade the defense matrix, evades the wall, evades the shield, evades base and everything. Oh, he diva bombed. That's why there was no defense matrix.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Good job, Nightmare, though. Nightmare looked good this week. They looked...
Yep.
Mini Ascend, Pumpkin, Thomas, in particular. I think, obviously, Eden mentioned Sat B had some pop-off moments as well, and I think not Eden Hall. Who was the other? Burns and Waves played for sport for them, right?
Yeah.
Well, in particular,
was very good.
Burns' Brig was good, yeah. Let me make that clear, because I'll probably get slandered for Burns' hate. But
we hate Burns. No, we don't hate Burns.
No.
Just call it how we see it, okay?
But Burns did absolutely fine on Blizzard World, by the way. Literally only needed to ever whip shot the nanoed Winston and did like 9 times out of 10. So, Pod Burns. But in particular, PomQ, Ascend, Thomas and Waves, like they popped off. I was critical of Waves coming in. I wasn't really high on them from the Borpa Isles beach episode, but popped off. I mean, that Farah performance on Rialto was literally almost 1v9. Jesus, Nightmare win.
Well, they had a great kitten with them, right? Obviously, so.
True,
2v8. Wait,
yeah.
2v10. 12 people in this game.
I've been playing too much League, 1v9.
Yeah, sometimes you just say 1v9 a lot, right?
Yeah, I do say 1v9. The term's the same, chat. It means the same, nonetheless. So, what were your thoughts, worst, on Nightmare this week compared to how they've been in previous weeks? What changed this week?
I'm gonna be completely honest with you. This is just how Nightmare should look. I feel like, in terms of, they, like, on paper, we talked about this. On paper, they have a lot of great pieces. They have a lot of great players. They have a lot, like, their tank line and their DPS line are exceptional. You have to rely on your support line to step up. They did today. So when your support line steps up and can support those other pieces, you are in such a good position to win matches. Like, this is kind of not, I would like it to be cleaner, but I cannot expect that from Nightmare, okay? I cannot expect Nightmare to be clean. I can expect them to outskill people at times, and I can expect there to be shenanigans. I'm not expecting it to be clean, but this is the I can come to terms with, and I can see this. And Goliath, also the same thing. I feel like this is the Goliath we have been seeing in terms of they don't really have like one player that just wins stuff for them, right? They have to win as a team or lose as a team.
I think it is Goliath's biggest strength and weakness. Nightmare looked good today. I think there was obviously holes in the Nightmare team, but I mean, as expected from them, I think it's, celebratory enough that they managed to win this game and they looked good in the maps they won while doing it. In particular, I was really impressed with Pomku and Waves. Not Waves. Minikui, I think is the full title. Mini was so good on the flex support today. One of the reasons that board composition worked so well is because Thomas and Mini fundamentally just understand the Discord orb and the synergy. They don't quite have it down to a T. Like let's not sugarcoat it and let's not oversaturate it too much. But when those slams come in, Mini is there with those shots. Mini is there with that Discord, and that means that the DPS from Nitemare are in there on that Discord, and it just means that they're beating compositions that they should beat. And Nitemare so far this season haven't done that, so absolutely huge from them. Back to the original point, Goliath, you're right, really don't have that individual matchmaker. You look at the top teams in BPL, like Atomic have basically everyone can pop off at the moment. Nitemare have, Mini, Ascend, Pomku that we've seen today. Heartbreakers have Dragon Watch and Kron, and Letters too. McMean popped off a couple times, but mostly those aforementioned three. Atomic have Redwood have Fish and Tommy Slat, but Goliath just don't really have anyone that can step up in the big moments, and I think it's definitely cost them in the clutch fights, because when it mattered most, when it was on the line, worst, I'm sure you'll agree, like Nitemare came out top like basically every single time.
Speaking of those key players, we do have some interviews from
we have interviews, sorry.
Nitemare. Hello, everyone. We have Ascend, Waves, and Satby. Obviously, Waves being the new addition to this roster. And how is it the first game here, Waves?
It's quite fun. I like the team a lot, and we won. That's always nice.
Yeah, absolutely huge performance on Rialto. I think Farah's one of the more easy heroes to integrate. It's one of the easy heroes to integrate with, but how much confidence do you take going into the final week, knowing that like you've seen it now? This is the damage that you can do when you play Farah in this team, in this composition. So yeah, what are your thoughts after that Rialto map? Because whilst you did drop it, I don't think you should be too disappointed, but I just want to hear everyone's thoughts about that Rialto map in particular, because I think you guys were a lock in to win it until like the final moments.
I really feel like we did rostered swaps and everything, and that kind of threw off our game because it's hard to put in 2 new players, But Waves played out of his mind on that map, and I feel like it really showed off what he's capable of as a player.
Yeah, and I know you guys were spamming the copy poster. You guys were talking about it in the match chat after. Worst team, by the way, all that kind of stuff. So a lot of people weren't high on you after this last week. Coming in here, you can silence those haters. I know you guys were popping off about it.
Absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. And honestly, I just want to say that this win was sponsored by Natter OW. Can we all agree?
Yes, Natter OW.
Absolutely. Natter OW diff.
He is carrying. Dude, Paris told us to which. Paris telling us to watch so many Natter OW videos. He's telling us to watch Ebb and Flow. Like he's telling me the Diva how not to feed video, which I really need.
Nice.
Yeah, in particular the Ebb and Flow video. I was questioning at some point. Now that you say it, it makes sense because you guys were very mechanical. I do gotta give you credit though. Obviously it's something that you've got to keep up and prove against whoever you've got left in your final game. It's going to be a hard one. I must say 7-piece, you never know. But the way that you guys played the board composition today, that board comp is deceptively hard to play. So I'll give you credit for that for sure. What are your thoughts going into last week and potentially playoffs for B League? So for B League, like what are your thoughts about what's to come for Nitemare?
I'm pretty confident. I don't know about the rest of my team, but I've only been here for like a week or so, and I feel like I've been doing pretty good. So I'm pretty confident going into the next game of playoffs. Not sure about the rest of the team. I haven't seen all the teams. So I haven't watched like any of the other teams' games. Besides, I think one Hayden Overwatch game. So I have like no idea what any of the other teams are like, but I'm still pretty confident going in.
You need confidence as a DPS player, so I respect it.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. That's
it from me.
Yeah, that's really it. You guys going in back up to 3-3, and I mean, looking at playoffs, looking at the entire scheme of things, where do you guys think now you guys sit? Like, are you guys a top middle tier team? Are you guys a top tier team? Like, what are you guys thinking?
I feel like with this win, obviously we're going up in the rankings. I'd say we are maybe like high middle tier, like, you know, not at the bottom of the middle. It's, I don't know.
Yeah, I
It's
would
hard
say
to
we're a bit
say.
high mid-tier team, but you know, obviously going forward, we're gonna improve as it goes on. The more Natter OW videos that we watch, the better we will get. It is as simple as that, boys, and that's just how it is. So we'll see as we go on. But to me, I feel like we are at least a high middle tier team.
Well,
Yeah.
you've heard it from them, folks. High middle tier team. And again, thank you guys for joining us here. Congratulations on your win here. As moving into playoffs, obviously still have the next regular season week, but thank you guys for joining us, and hope you guys have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. You too.
See you, gamers. GG's. Congrats.
GG's.
So that's the Nightmare lot gone. They are worst for some reason, or also left the channel. One could.
Solomon. Okay, guys.
Worst drags check.
By a particular person.
Worst is gone. Crab emoji.
I'm so sorry.
But yeah, it's a really big win for Nightmare. Like, let's not underestimate that. It puts them at 3-3 and potentially aligns them with some of the other teams here. One of which we could be seeing up next. Let's just see how they do against 7-Piece and how they do in the playoffs, because Nightmare could end the season with a positive record, which I think almost no one predicted. I'm surprised they're at 3-3, to be honest. I don't think they are the worst team in B League. I don't think anyone thought that. I think Gerald Fan Club do exist. So, it is what it
that
is.
one went a bit long, so we are going to get into that break as soon as possible here. Next match is going to be that Heartbreakers versus Atomic, so stick around for that. Of course, later on we have other games, but you'll have to stick around if you want to find out what those games are. Or go to solomon.gg. Always do that.
BPL Season 3 is brought to you by ExpressVPN. Get a discounted rate on the world's largest premium VPN service with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Head to expressvpn.com/BPL and help support our shows.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back after that short break. Of course, Last match went on quite a while. Was a close nail biter there. 2-1 win though for Nitemare, pushes them up to 3-3 and equalizes their standing with Goliath. But now we have a very different match. It's going to be Heartbreakers Atomic, and this is much more of a, I'm not going to say cut and dry affair, but definitely Atomic heavy favorites coming into this one.
I think even the most biased of Heartbreakers fan or Heartbreakers associate, which is me. I think I've prepped Heartbreakers as much as I have for this map. There is one hidden win condition for Heartbreakers, and it's not just Dragon Watch kills everyone. There is ways that Heartbreakers can win this. Like, let's not kid ourselves too much, but Atomic, I think, comfortably pulling away from the rest of the pack right now. Like, if we just look at the rosters, Atomic have weaknesses, but I think that core 4 that we talked about, we saw the core 4 of Nitemare really pop off last game. If Atomic, the C-Dub, Cute White Boy, Hammer Down, Interflux, and Siren have just been so good for Atomic this whole series, and Rafa, Khan, Varity, and G have been great support pieces when they've come in as well. So it really is, I think, a tale of two teams. Atomic definitely play more towards the team, and they definitely play for the 6, whereas Heartbreakers, they're set up to essentially only let 2 or 3 people carry. So it's going to be a really interesting clash of styles. Heartbreakers, I believe, are without their main support Stratocaster for at least the first map. So that gives Atomic a huge advantage.
Seems like they're fine. Our last match might have gone on long enough to allow them to get in.
Did he make it? Oh, pod.
He's in the Overwatch lobby.
Heartbreakers prepped without him, so that'll be an interesting. But at least, thank God, Heartbreakers Atomic are full strength going into this, because this map is not quite for first seed. But if Atomic lose this and they get pegged back into the rest of the crowd, they go to 4-2.
Yeah,
and that would extend Heartbreakers to 4-2. So it'd really only be those 2 guys at the top, and then obviously we'll see how Redwood do against Hayden Overwatch team later.
Yeah, it's been weird to see. We first had, it was like Redwood Rockets and then Atomic 1 and 2, and then Redwood kind of fell. Now it's become Atomic number 1. Heartbreakers obviously trying to punch up. I mean, it was funny the first 2 weeks. I believe it was 0-2 for Heartbreakers, and then people
1-1.
were like 1-1 Okay.
Yeah, it was a win against Gerald fan club though.
Okay,
so
people didn't count that as a win back then.
Yeah, it was a bit.
People didn't count that as a win back then. But it was interesting because people were like, "Oh, Heartbreakers are the worst team," yada yada, coming into the season, and they've done extremely well so far, and they still have 2 more weeks to do even better. Winning here would be an absolute boost of confidence going into that last week, and definitely into playoffs. I'm interested to see what Heartbreakers are able to pull out against Atomic, and there's always the potential with Atomic because they have Brad coaching, and Brad coaching is great, but I always think it's funny if it fails.
You never know. I think Brad definitely will have prepped his team well. I know Atomic quite well personally. I think I've prepped Heartbreakers as much as I could. Am I on the level of coaching of Brad? Definitely not, but we shall see. I don't want to stroke my own ego too much, but Heartbreakers win against Redwood came down to a lot of factors. One of which being the preparation I gave them for Ilios. I think one of the reasons Ilios wasn't close is because of the prep that went into them and the way that they executed. I gave them the win conditions. So hopefully it's a bit of a spreadsheet gap again today for Atomic, because that would really piss Atomic off, and it would piss Hammer Down off, and that'd be really funny. But nonetheless, it's going to be a lot of individual matchups. I think Doc versus Dragon Watch, I think, are 2 of probably the best DPS that we've got in B League. So to see Doc or Hammer Down, as I'm calling him, to see him go against Dragon Watch is going to be a really interesting 1v1. And then if we bring the 2v2 versus Kron versus Interflux into that as well, I think it's also going to be really interesting. So we've got a hell of a match on our hands here, ladies and gentlemen. And I just hope, for the love of God and for the love of my own ego, that Heartbreakers don't just completely flop and collapse, and then I'll just get egoed by people in general, and you hate to see it. But
yes.
Hey.
And there's a big thing here where it's like this preparation, this contrasting, this coaching, this all this stuff, right? And speaking of coaching, we heard in the interviews for the last match, we heard, guys, Natter OW, it's a Natter OW difference. You know what also could help and be a difference for your team? The official coaching partner of BPL, John underscore Overwatch, or does underscore nowadays, doesn't have the Overwatch, underscore. If you don't know about John, where have you been? You living on the rock or something? And if you want to see a success story, look nowhere else than Joshin. got John coaching and can actually hold his own in A-League now. That's the power of John. So go look him up on Meetify. Look him up on Meetify. Big shout outs to him, official coaching partner. I don't think we give enough shout outs to John and how amazing he really is. And he does give opportunities for you in the community to get better and learn your Overwatch gameplay and learn your fundamentals, which I think should be pretty important going to Overwatch too.
Absolutely. One thing I think I will say as a macro coach myself and someone that spent a lot of time macro coaching before moving into casting is that finding a good micro coach is rare, especially if the prices are cheap for the VOD reviews or for the sessions. Finding a good micro coach is so rare, and it just means that you can improve so much, because macro is boring, but you can learn it through the book and you can learn it through just theory and crafting and theorizing in general. But micro, you got to know what you're talking about for micro. If you're a good micro coach, then you can absolutely improve any player. Micro is the most important thing to basically any player in ranked, or any player outside of below 4K. Macro is sort of this big scary word, I think, for most people. And speaking of micro again, like with so many good players individually in this series, we've got, I think, 2 pretty decent teams. Heartbreakers definitely have sort of pulled themselves up and out of it and up towards the bracket. The win against Redwood last week was kind of a statement, but again, it was some say it's Mickey Mouse. One mod in the chat may say Mickey Mouse, but who made a lol? Heartbreakers, I don't know. I think it should be 2-0 Atomic, to be brutally honest. I think Atomic are just too good. I think Interflux is like far and away the best off tank in the league, and it's not even close. And C-Dub is one of the best main tanks. So the tank gap that could be coming in for Atomic could be like absolutely massive. And if there's any 2 tanks to shut down Dragon Watch, it's going to be these 2.
Yeah, and as we wait for people to still filter in, I don't know if we still can get a look at that match history. Already Jace kind of talked about that. The match history between these 2 teams, especially with Atomic only losing once. I mean, that was to Redwood in that first week when they were looking quite amazing.
Yeah.
It's hard to say for Atomic now, because they kind of lost to Redwood when they were at their strongest, and now Redwood has kind of declined a little. Opinions of Redwood have kind of declined a little, but Atomic have stayed consistent throughout the entire season so far, and I don't expect that to stop anytime soon. I could see them winning these last 2 weeks easily, but if Heartbreakers can pull the upset, I believe they can. They have great individual talent. It's just, can it overcome kind of the coordinated talent of Atomic?
Exactly. I think a couple of these teams in their league, their sort of records like supersede them. I think Nitemare might be one of them. We might see a Nitemare going into playoffs that don't look like they're 3-4 or 4-3, for example. I think Heartbreakers have one of those. That loss against 7-Piece was like the biggest throw on 2 maps that I've like ever seen. If you go back and rewatch the Heartbreakers 7-Piece VOD, that was so bad. Heartbreakers were all over the place in key crucial fights, and against Atomic here again, they're going to be tested in overtime fights, and it's not something that they can afford to throw against. But on the flip side, they've played a lot of Eichenwald, they've played a lot of Rialto and Oasis. Control is a mode that they're comfortable on because it's the tempo that Heartbreakers like to play at, despite the compositions that they often roll out on. So looks like we're going to be getting into lobby here. It's going to be Heartbreakers on the defense, I believe. Atomic in on the start. And yeah, it's Heartbreakers subbing in with the bench lineup. So it's going to be Bantam, Meeman, so Lettuce on the bench, Seaman on the bench. So Heartbreakers going to be going out with just their standard composition. Pretty much they've played this anytime you've watched an Atomic. Looks like they're going to be rolling out, well, probably not on a composition here. But
I think Moira Zen is great. I don't know about you. I think that's the best composition. Lucio Zen even better.
Fucking Moira Zen. The Moira Zen tees. No, they were memeing about it. Atomic were like, oh yeah, we're going to play Moira Zen, guys, in a match chat in Crab game a couple of hours before this match. But
yeah.
This all chat's going to be a banger, by the way, but I'm so looking forward to this game. I just really hope that Atomic don't just come out and ruffle stomp it, because it'll be boring. Hey, let's go into it. If they do, then it's going to be Brawl versus Spam Brawl. So the win condition for Atomic, find Kron, find Dragon Watch, shut them down. If they can, that off angle is dead, and Atomic going to get free fire. Cute wipe, but look how much damage he takes already.
He's fine. He's got the shield. He's got the lamp if he needs it. Just more ult charge for a Siren, really, at the end of the day. We are going to see them walking out here, looking for something. The shield, driven a lot of that damage. Dragon is going to be on the backside. They're looking for that Baptiste, and they do find it. The Storm Arrows as well are going to be deadly, potentially. Trying to find this casting, but just can't find it. Dragon Watch missing shot after shot, but found the value they needed, took out the Baptiste, and with that, the rest of the team does fall down. Potentially, as Atomic is trying to fight back into this. Rafa looking for something here, but could get flashbang at any moment, but this fight does look out of Atomic's reach, out of their favor, as Rafa's just kind of frogging around right now. Living, but not for long, potentially, as this front line so far for Heartbreakers has been pounding quite a bit. Such a big ult differential.
Yeah, a new series, same old story. Dragon Watch finds the perfect pick onto a Siren. You cannot super jump against this man on a sniper, ladies and gentlemen. Dragon Watch has been MVP caliber basically the whole season, pretty much since week 2. He stepped into the limelight, and there we go. Huge pick onto a Siren. It cuts all the sustain of Atomic down. From the plus side for them, Doc, or Hammer down, as I'm going to be referring to him, Doc's Blizzard here is going to be so good because Atomic need to force objective and they need to W, and having this did me the couple of Siren. He falls again to McMean.
There's a B-League moment when the flanking Cassidy finds the kill with the flashbang onto your backline.
Oh,
watch
he's
our flanks,
Blizzard.
people.
No, Dodgy's Blizzard. Oh, it's so bad for Atomic.
It is a travesty. It is like an oh crap moment right now. If you're Atomic, you have nothing but a beat. You used everything, and Heartbreakers can still peel back with that flux.
Well, they've got Blood Tynoon, so one of the ways that Heartbreakers comp demolish is because it cleans up easily with the broad composition, but now Atomic have to rotate into Heartbreakers, and they're just going to get fluxed by Kron. Look, up here we go, and Rafa's beat is too late. A Siren falls for a 3rd fight in a row.
A Siren do be dead, as this fight should be cleaned up quite quickly, and Atomic now, you have a minute 40 to try and get something started here. Interflux haven't had the bomb just yet, haven't built a single one. Meme does have that high noon. Silk with that beat as well. Can do some kiting with that, but how do you get into this fight if you're Atomic?
It's going to be so hard. Heartbreakers, you know that they have ultimate advantage. Atomic have been wasteful with these Q buttons worst, and I hate to see it because it's been so punishing for them. They have to rely on a prayer, something individual. They have to out macro, they have to out individual, they have to out micro, but Jotto's window means there's going to be so much damage come into them next fight. Look, Interflux all the way into the back. That's the Diva gone, and it means that it's free for Dragon Watch to pump in. The high noon goes down, Dragon Watch gets one. Pick, Hammer down. Ooh. I can't tell if I've lagged or the stream has gone, but a Siren falling McMean? But Heartbreakers just clean up. Atomic not having the ultimate Siren, and they could unfortunately do anything. I'm going to try and reconnect 1 second, because I don't know if Worst is DC'd or if it's me.
It's actually me.
It's actually you, okay. So I couldn't hear Solomon in my ear being like, oh no, it's Worst. So I thought it was me. Oh no!
It's another kill here. Don't worry, guys. This is both rough for Atomic and rough for me, as my microphone decides the cord does not want to stay in. As we see the impossible come out from Verity. He swapped Sombra. Is that a tilt swap? I don't know why he swapped Sombra and not Tracer here, but hey.
If Dragon's coming in,
Dragon is gonna section off the front line.
Oh no, Rafa dies.
Rafa stands in that dragon a bit too long. The flux is going to be used. I don't believe. Okay, Bent has the shield back up. Thought they were hacked. He's going to shatter the Davy Diva. Take him out. Somehow, Atomic is kind of winning the fight. The backline. McBeam is here, looking for something.
Wait, no, Heartbreakers win this.
Heartbreakers win this. Okay, sorry, guys. I don't think I did a good job of like breaking down how crazy this fight is. What is happening right now? The G-Trolls are coming back in. It's just Kron here getting full pocketed by this Baptiste. Diva is gonna finally touch. Nope, not gonna touch.
Oh my god. Well, listen.
It's kind of 4 minutes. It kind of just went by with some mad rambling from us, and just kind of nothing happening on Atomic's side. It was pretty flaccid. What is happening? Oh, the predictions are open? Yo, no one predict. You didn't see that.
No one.
You didn't see that, guys. No one predict. If I see that change in the moment, we're canceling the stream. We're canceling the stream.
Well.
Okay, now it's 81. We're canceling the stream. Solomon, wrap it up.
Wrap it up.
Wrap it up, Solomon. Okay, that's why I'm not in charge here, because then we'd lose a broadcast. So that's why they don't give me any power. They don't give me any power.
Worst DC'd, so understandable him being silent, but me, I don't think I expected this at all. It looked like Atomic had finally found the way into the fight, but Heartbreakers just...
Yeah.
They had the brawl on point, Kron was alive, and yes, they managed to fall Dragon Watch, but Dragon Watch had taken down 2 or 3, and it wasn't all about Mr. MVP, the funny Hanzo, Stormare Man, Go Bro there. Like, Kron was alive, Strato was alive, and McMean was alive, and McMean Really important kill there onto the alone DPS of Verity there. That was a trade diff there. McMean falls Verity, and it means that Atomic had no damage. Yes, they had respawns, but it was only Interflux against the world. And if you can't beat them, join them. Atomic have been baited into it. So Heartbreakers now. You know, they say imitation is the most sincere form of flattery. So let's see how Atomic do against the Heartbreakers on their own composition. Heartbreakers, 4 minutes to win 1 tick. I think Flux Dragon Strike should be the key win condition from them, but let's see, this would be a colossal Atomic throw. But good start though, McMean falls early to the headshot from Verity. That's going to be crucial, so crucial time for Heartbreakers there off the clock.
Dragon Watch, looking for something on the outside, is going to get taken out. Hammer down, taking the duel. Does have a bit of assistance, but is going to be able to take that with confidence right there. And we got to look towards here. Atomic on the attack was just quite... there's only one word to describe it. It was flaccid. It just... Nothing ever started. Nothing ever got going. It was disappointing.
I don't want to carry too much with sort of that linear of pun, but it was flaccid and then it sort of happened too early, if you get what I mean, because those ultimates were so wasteful. That blizzard, that beat, all of it went completely to the sky.
But McMean missed the chunk.
On the J Silly, he found an offline
on the J Silly. Did those buffs go through? I don't believe they did, but this fight is kind of evolving. McMean on the flank, finds the kill, still picks up 2. That should be the first map going the way of Heartbreakers in very unceremonious fashion. And it's kind of disappointing if you're expecting a better match here between the number 1 and like a 4-1 or 3-2 team. So far, first map pretty disappointing. But if you're on the fence of getting back on schedule, you're a big fan of this.
I mean, Tron's play of the game here is great. It's actually so good to see from my own biased perspective. Like the way that Tron's come on leaps and bounds on Sigma has been absolutely like tremendous. One of the key factors behind the success of this Heartbreakers composition hinges on Kron, and Kron's ability to read when to off angle and when to peel his Reinhardt is like, for B-League, I think it's superb. I think it's so good. And unfortunately, Atomic don't really quite have this level of composition in their hero pool. You saw them at the end where they tried to swap over to it desperately, but they were just on a composition they weren't fundamentally comfortable with. They just didn't have the firing power. They didn't have the angles needed to set up on that defensive point. They should have probably just gone over to a double shield composition. Who knows? But Atomic there finding themselves on the ropes. We know they're a team that can potentially collapse, and they've collapsed in some key fights in the past. They've always managed to pull it out onto some individual brilliance, but I think to the surprise of basically everyone in the entirety of B-League, Atomic get rocked and Heartbreakers strike first, and they potentially find themselves 1-0 up as they move on to Rialto.
And looking towards Rialto, we could easily see a rush mirror if Atomic feels like they want to go back to that. I feel like they might be scared off of it in this series now.
They shouldn't, but they might. They shouldn't.
They might be. Okay, here's the thing. When you lose a map like that, you don't want to just throw every playbook out the window. It's not working, that kind of thing. Do what you practice. If you practice the rush, I say go for the rush. But if you're scared off of it and they have to go to a double shield, it's not the worst alternative. But I would always say you have to play comfortable, and you can't play tilted, scared. We saw that come out on the Goliath match. They started playing tilted, and they got caught up because of it.
And I think Atomic maybe got inside their own heads. There wasn't too much to analyze in that fight because Heartbreakers, well, they were kind of gifted. The 2 fights that really they should have won, Rafa's beat was too late, and the Blizzard from Doc was also very, very late as well. But what Heartbreakers are doing, I think, is they're actually executing quite well off the back of the pressure that Dragon Watch creates. I think everyone on Atomic should probably rightly be terrified of the Hanzo of Heartbreakers, and whilst Dragon Watch goes on these flanks and applies this pressure, it means that Interflux and Siren have to pay attention to this Hanzo, otherwise they're going to get headshot or they're just going to get stormed. But whilst you look at that off angle, you're getting absolutely pile-drived in the main by the McCree, and what McMean did so well is McMean is able to help win the tank war of Bant versus C-Dub, and at times C-Dub was caught out so much damage. If you noticed, every time C-Dub dared to rotate or drop his shield, he was peppered, and I think that's coming from the spam damage of McMean and Strato, who's moved over to the BAP for this game as well. So it's all to play for. If there's one map that I would not want to go to if I was Heartbreakers, it would be Rialto, because it's not a map that they've practiced or have ever been good at. So absolutely viable for Atomic, but it's shaky. This is now where we see how good Atomic really are, because they got rocked map 1. They need to respond. They need to respond well, and they need to respond quick, because if they dare falter, if they dare make a mistake, if they dare leave another window of opportunity, if they dare super jump or miss position again, then it's going to be 2 to the head, 1 to the heart, and potentially they fall 2-0.
Yeah, and big shout-outs, Solomon, whole year of Tier 1. You guys might not know Solomon, very obscure person in the community. I mean, I don't think... very, very, very few people know this person, but they've been here a whole year. Big shout-outs to them. But we are going to move on to Rialto. That's not cool, as I see a pause. I see PP in the chat instantly.
Yeah, Heartbreak is going to be asking for a pause.
Yo!
Lattice needs to restart.
Yo, PP. They got their pause.
They got their pause. It's all good.
Yeah, as the coochie time, as some people are saying in chat, will be delayed just momentarily.
Coochie time.
Coochie time.
Yeah, so Seaman is going to be in for this map, which means undoubtedly more Reinhardt for sure. I think for Heartbreakers though, they get let off with a bit of a gift that Eichenwald map ends so quickly. I think second point is where a lot of teams on Brawls fundamentally break and fall down. The fact that Heartbreakers didn't have to go to point B or even point C meant there was no castle that they needed to rotate to take off Atomic. It was just see you at the gate and then see you next map. And now Heartbreakers, I think Lattice is going to restart, and let's see what hero he comes out on, because I'm questioning the May pick there, because I think the off angle and the pressure that McMean provided worked so well on the Cassidy that I'm interested to see on a map that has longer sightlines why Lattice opted to go over to the May. It's interesting for sure, but for Atomic, I think going to be on maybe the better composition to start out. I just want to get back into the game and see how this develops worse. That's really
wow. You just speaking it into existence. As we kind of got a boat cam. We kind of got a boat cam going. Not entirely. Now we got tree champ. Let's go trees. Trees are cool, guys. You just should plant some. Join some initiatives to plant some.
Save the trees, yeah.
Help the planet, save the trees, team trees. That was last year, I believe, but still applicable.
It was. We couldn't breathe if we didn't have trees, guys.
True.
You know, like I'm a breath enjoyer personally. So let's see. Atomic going to be going out with basically mirror of Heartbreakers' classic composition, except Interflux going to be going on the Diva and not the Sigma. So less off-angle pressure. Heartbreakers, though, got the May, but they're just going to kite. They're just going to give and try and cement themselves onto this corner for this first fight.
Both these teams, the Reinhardts, are feeling the logs right now. Everyone just getting put to half HP or less.
Great wall.
Instantly. Great wall. Splits the team. There's nothing they can do to help. This charge is a bit ill-advised. Not going to find anything. Just going to find Kron absolutely pounding in that stairwell. Those orbs just do so much damage when compounded with that close quarters environment, and looking good for Heartbreakers.
I was so skeptical of the May pick, but Lettuce, if they can pull out inch-perfect walls like that, Jesus, what a great wall from Lettuce. Pincered it perfectly, split off the tanks and the squishies. There was nowhere for Korn and the Siren to go. If Korn and the Siren dare step over that wall, they are just dead to Seaman and Dragon Watch. Now Atomic get themselves a window. They're going to have to walk into it. A Siren's going to have one to swing this corner any second now, but ooh, Kemi on the high ground, not really competing against Dragon Watch for too long. Has C-Dub been spotted though? Have they been caught out? The Dragon comes in, doesn't find anyone.
Is going to try to freeze up this high ground. It's going to be the Lucio off on the side, a little bit out of position.
Ooh,
the wall is good again, but Lettuce loses their life for it. The Shatter does hit too. They're on the floor, it cleans it up. Kron, again, doing so much damage on this front side. Again, kind of going a little bit where are you going, but you know, they'll get back in the fight eventually. It is going to be the Hanzo on the point 9, I mean, from downtown. There's just a snipe there from the Rhine. As, again, Heartbreakers have put on an ironclad defense.
They really have, and it's definitely surprising to even me who's prepared them for this game. The way that Heartbreakers have been able to isolate C-Dub, cute white boy on this Reinhardt, and split him off for the rest of the team has been so good. One fight, they split him off, and they push onto him. The second fight, they just go for everyone else on the team instead. So it's great execution, great decisiveness from Heartbreakers so far, and they buy themselves 1 minute 51 left on the clock. They've got 3 game-breaking ultimates to hold this as well. Absolutely full hold territory. Korn doesn't get beat, Korn dies with me! Oh no! Hammered out finds 2.
It's an absolute tragedy as Hammerdown does find 2 with the high noon. Quite a bit of effectiveness with that ultimate all day so far. Now it's their time to push forward. They still have a fight to keep this point in their grasp here for Heartbreakers, but it definitely puts the momentum back in Atomic's favor, but we're gonna have to see, can Interflux eat this blizzard?
Great high noon though. Such an opportune press of that Q button from Hammerdown. You have to go for it because I think if you manage to hit the floor there, then there's absolutely nothing they can do. Interflux goes for a bomb and a press. Finds Tron though. So the snowball from Heartbreakers, it's coming in, but the Blizzard though? Is the Blizzard good? Does it find too?
It found the Reinhardt. That's the problem with throwing the D bomb aggressively like that. You don't have the DM to pressure that Mei from using that ultimate right now. And it's just going to be having them back up, trying to heal up. They can play these corners. There's no shield available, but they have defensive abilities such as that cryo. Now expended. Tron back with the shield. Going to be trying to put some backline pressure with the orbs. You have Dragon to kind of split the enemy team if you need it. Will that come out? How fast are they going to willing to commit this? Right now, you see the sonar. They're looking for. That's great from Interflux. Oh, they reacted just the sound there, and knowing where they came from, and now they have nothing to keep their front line up anymore. Amazing heads-up play from Interflux to basically just neutralize the only way they could kite.
Yeah, he gets it through the wall. He spots it out perfectly. He wasn't even sonicked by the arrow. Didn't realize he was sonicked by the arrow. Just makes an instinctive flick through the wall, and far and away the best off tank in the B League. Comes up clutch, and it allows Hammerdown to then get 2 with the high noon as well. So great eat from Interflux. It's potentially a game-saving eat because now they unlock second point of Rialto. And I thought for sure if that Dragon would have connected from Dragon Watch, it probably would have been a full hold. But the Hanzo gets staggered early in the reverse. First strike comes in from Kemi to zone them off. The high ground doesn't quite manage to displace him from here, but Heartbreakers now currently 5v6.
Yeah, you can see there, Dragon Watch quite dead. Flux is going to come out, so they have beaten the Shadow though! Cute White Boy drops that shield thinking he's safe. The Flux is over. I have beat. No! It's going to be Coochie Man dropping the Shatter, dropping the pain. They're going to try to kite back with this window, but look at them. Speeding to the left, just ignoring that window entirely. Who can stop Dragon Watch here? Nobody. High noon is a bit of a waste. You might get the trade kill, but that's just not going to be enough.
Yeah, great Flux Shatter combo. Cute White Boy wasn't able to hold the shield because he was stunned by the impact damage that Kron forced by flinging him back into the ground at Mark 10. So down that Ryan shield goes, and down goes everyone on Atomic. Heartbreakers though, very expensive fight for them. Basically only got the beat and the Dragon Strike to go immediately, but let's see if Interflux needs to do it again here to find the Dragon Strike because they're in a tight corridor, they're in a very split position, and they're in a choke point, and when they're in a choke point, it's going to be a Dragon Strike.
Shadow time, it's massive! That's 64 on the ground. Silk gets back up though, throws down the beat, and it's just completely back in their favor. Another massive Shadow on the front side. It's just been these Reinhardts battling back and forth. The pin even going to come in from Coochie Man. And it's just been so back and forth between these Reinhardts, but in the end, Heartbreakers wins it out. Whew.
Jesus, these fights are going back and forth. I thought for sure that C-Dub's Earth Shatter was going to be the final nail in the coffin after a flurry, a barrage of ultimates from both teams. I did not think that Seaman was able to live long enough to put the slam down and to find 3 with it. It's 30 seconds left for Atomic, and it's still very winnable for them. They've got the Dragon Strike to force Heartbreakers off this angle. They're going to have window to swing as well. The Dragon Strike goes in from Kemi. Can it find anyone? No, but they buy space with it.
A little bit to the left there, but amazing.
Oh,
he just falls over. He just absolutely fell over. But they still have the window. The beat is gone. Flux made sure of that. They're trying to look for some more damage, trying to kite back and get some kills in the meantime, but they can't quite find it just yet. They are going to be forced off. Cute White Boy, though, did go down in that fight, is going to have to come back on this ball. Nothing to really sustain the front line, no shields, just this Diva. They're throwing out the flash, but a really nice shield from Kron keeps them all up. Hammerdown is just trying desperately to stay alive. The lamp will assist with that. The Baptiste doing a great job of that.
Right.
As Lettuce doesn't even get the high noon off, is killed during it, and the counter high noon from Hammer could be big. Does it right in front of this rock from Sigma, but doesn't find them, and Atomic is going to hang on by a hair to keep on this point.
At the death, 2 fights in a row. They did it on point A and they did it on point B again. So Atomic's just quite getting there. They're just pushing the tempo little bit by little. Heartbreakers doing a nice job of draining the clock, but Atomic have just been all over them in these clutch fight. Heartbreakers rushing themselves a little bit. Huge pick from Interflux again. It's the man of the moment, that Diva from Atomic coming up so big. He smothered Dragon Watch in the first fight, and they found Seaman. Great aggression. Atomic do it again. They find themselves, they force themselves a pick in this fight.
We're looking to see what Interflux can do now. Some space abided. They can eventually throw this bomb out. Dragon Watch, though, finds the log. Bit of a lumberjack difference so far. The bomb is going to go forward, straight to the dragons. It's going to find Silk somehow, even with that speed, just cannot get out. The Shadow doesn't find anything. Simon desperately trying to put that win to keep themselves alive. The beat to reaggress, 36 seconds to
Why
go.
would not have pinned that?
Kuchi is extremely low, but it's kind of stuck on a wall there. You can find it. The Flux now, there's no beat available. They use that to speed forward, so they're just going to go down. They're going to lose their life. There's so much damage. Can they get a recontest? It's going to be a staggered one, and that's never conducive to a win.
No, it is not. 18 seconds left means that Atomic have to scramble into the payload. Luckily for Atomic, there's not really any big ultimates they've got to go that punish a rotation. It's only the High Noon from the Cassidy of Lettuce that they can do. But if Atomic can get to this point, it's absolutely winnable. Silk's beat has to be perfect. It has to be on time. That's the rock from going back onto the car. They manage to stun. They find the Lucio. So Heartbreakers now currently find themselves in a 4v6 for headshot from Dragon Watch. Something that looks like Heartbreakers in prime position to full hold Atomic on Rialto.
They do be winning the fight. As massive third point hold, but again, it's third point Rialto. That's
It is.
not amazingly conducive to
It's
the
so
overall...
holdable. It's
yeah,
so holdable.
so holdable. So holdable. So true, bestie.
True.
That's your thing with someone else.
Any copium snuffers in the chat there begging for an Atomic map win. Heartbreakers, this second point
goes
here,
to map 3, I'm gonna Pepe W.
it's probably going to be a map.
It might be a Pepe W.
This second point here that we're seeing in the background of this beautiful boat champ gondola shot. This second point here is so difficult to take because you need such a myriad of ultimates to do it. You need such a flurry, a barrage. You need to commit so many of your main resources. You absolutely need. You need to win 2 fights here. You need to zone them off the high ground, and then you need to actually kill them. And then once you kill them, you need to then kill them again as they recontest. So that's about 3 or 4 ultimates easily that the Heartbreakers need to come out with to take this point B. And they might not even get to point B, potentially. Point A can be just as scary, but I'm thinking in terms of the whole map length. If there's anywhere that Heartbreakers fall down and they fall out and their spaghetti comes onto the floor, it absolutely would be point B, but they can't be thinking that too far in advance because the way that Atomic can play this corner, they can cycle these cooldowns, and when they can cycle these cooldowns worst, it means that the uptime of Interflux's DM can be way more effective. On the attack, he's got to be way more active with it, and it means that there's gaps for Heartbreakers to punish. Now they get corners, they get hard cover, it means that Atomic, if they're smart, they're going to have more coverage and more defensive utility than Heartbreakers here. They're just going to have more resources to stick.
Look in here. Gonna see what this effectiveness. You swapped off Hanzo. I'm gonna go to that Mei. Obviously, does a lot of stuff on Mei. Hanzo, though, can't get those locks. You saw from Dragon. They're gonna actually look for the wall here. Doesn't find it. Looking for the flashbang, perhaps. Doesn't quite catch it.
Great flash from Hammer.
So how did Kron somehow end up on that other side of that wall? Tried to go for a bit of a cheeky damage there. Loses their life forward, and the Mei extremely low because of Hammerdown's precise shooting. And now less precise shooting, and there's right click as he just spams it down, trying to break that shield as fast as possible. Kuchiman just doesn't have it. Doesn't have that shield available to protect them. It is going to go down, and now the freeze can come out. But Kron is back. The pin doesn't quite find that Mei. They do have cryo available, but they are close to that shatter as Dragon Watch finds another big pick for them. Lettuce trying to find something on this front side of the fight. Trying to find anything, but Hammerdown is going to get walled off. Great wall there from Lettuce, but they can still walk around it. They don't find anything with it. The cryo does stop all of that damage, and now just keep Cute White Boy alive challenge, and they're doing quite a good job of it as well. In fact, everyone here is staying quite healthy on the side of Atomic.
Yeah, Atomic do so well at just sponging the pressure that comes in from Heartbreakers. Strato was on that high ground with the window. It was a great angle, but unfortunately, it was a lone Baptiste against a Welt who was swiftly sent back to the spawn by the boosters and the micro missiles of Interflux. And Strato, you can't pick that angle by yourself with the window. Dragon Watch here though, Mr. MVP has to come up clutch if Heartbreakers have a way of winning this, and he's found Khan, so that means no retreat available for Atomic. That's no AoE healing for a second, that's no beat available for a second. So Heartbreakers, they potentially, off the headshot of Dragon Watch, found themselves a window of opportunity to take corner and take a really nice fight into this to cap first. That's the slam.
The slam finds Kemi as a key character out of the fight. The bomb on point isn't going to be quite enough. Strato is low, but that's not going to win you the fight here. There's a Mei in your backline killing your BAP, and that's generally a bad thing. His first point will finally be broken through, but the true gauntlet of Rialto is not over just yet. Not only is there 1 point that's extremely hard to take this, actually 3 of them.
Yeah, to be honest, I think any time that they can drain off the clock here, it's not potentially one.
Wait, what are they doing?
It's winnable for Atomic. C-Man goes down. They have to kill C-Dub and cap the point here.
There's a wall in the way. They can't help it.
Well, they forced
dead.
two ultimates.
It's not the worst thing in the world, right? You'll take it.
It's actually so good for Atomic because look at the ultimates that Heartbreakers had to use. They had to use Flux and they had to use Window, and Flux and Window are so good at being able to cap this second point, but Heartbreakers, they panic and they invest them here, which means Atomic now in a prime position to kite and sort of play this neutral game in this next fight. Neutral fights absolutely benefit Atomic, so Heartbreakers potentially could be punished for deciding to use the Flux and the Window so liberally in this fight, but as they say this, Dragon Watch on the angle, looking for the Dragon Strike. I think Interflux knows he's there, so let's see. It's the Defense Matrix versus the Dragon Strike.
A lot of damage came down there, but Dragon Watch going to be buying some time and some space, pushing them off of that stairwell, that extremely dangerous position to try and push into. Window's good forcing them back, but they can't really get anything after that. They overcommit into the room. They do trade out Coochie Men, though, and this point is being held, but the freeze is just too strong. They overcommitted when they didn't have the resources. Yes, you pushed them back off with that field, but you got a little bit too greedy.
Yeah, Heartbreak is sort of ebbing and flowing there, to use the analogy from the last match. They're flowing really well, but unfortunately they're getting pinned back because C-Man is falling, and it means that they can't just ebb forward. They can't creep forward and take as much space as they would like, and then it's all on Tron, and sort of Letters turns into the off-tank, Tron turns into the main tank. This is going to be a recontest High Noon from Hammer Down, and it just means that Heartbreakers have to kite, but it's left them. It's left the BAP and the May of Heartbreakers so vulnerable. Atomic, they see it, they go onto it, and they manage to find Letters. That's the May gone.
Flashbang in the backside is going to find some, like a mini Earth Shatter there. It's not quite enough. Each is extremely low though, and this beat is going to put them in, but the Flux afterwards is extremely effective, except that no one dies of it. There's no follow-up. There's just been so many trades back and forth. The Flux didn't have anyone to really shoot into it. And right now, it's just a backup time for here for Heartbreakers. They still have to get through the second point. They have some resources to do it, but it's Rialto, man.
Yeah, it really is. Atomic are doing a great job of staggering these respawns and being able to play the long game. They win the long fight because of just the fact that they respawn closer. Great pick though. Kemi full first in that last fight, but he manages to find probably the most important pick that the Heartbreakers can get because they've gone on this rotation and they really needed Dragon Strike. Ooh, they gone too aggressive though.
Shatter is available, but cute white boy wins out on top. Coochie Man Shatter is now gone. Another pin into the beat. You have the May here, trying to freeze them up. The shield is available. Another pin into a wall. These Ryans are just pin fanatics. As now it's time for them to resurge out of this little corridor and back onto this point. Full retreat, waiting for the Ryan. The boop is excellent there to make sure they can't easily get away. And now we're going to third point. 2 minutes 25 to cap.
Excellent rotation from Heartbreakers. Atomics think they need to go for the needle in the coffin. They think they need to put that final nail down. They think they need to drive the pike deeper, but they don't because they put themselves in a tight room against a May, and that means that Calamity falls. C-Dub gets walled. No one from Atomic can break it in time. They lose their Reinhardt, and then Heartbreakers just WK. They've got 2 minutes left, worst, to cap this map now, and they found the May. The Blizzard comes in. That's probably going to get Interflux as well. Heartbreakers could win this right here, right now.
Yes, they're looking to end this 2-0, not extend this any further. They survived the gauntlet of ult so far, but Interflux was the one casualty. This dragon should be massive, but they can roll in! Find the right click onto the main. They got a key character. Hammer Down can do this here. If he wins the duel, we do nothing. Dragon Watch comes out on top. That's why he's an all-star DPS in the B League. He doesn't lose those. And now it's just complete control at this point over the Heartbreakers. The bomb could be massive. A sappy moment, perhaps. Nope. Not going to be able to replicate that extremely impressive display. And right now, it looks like Heartbreakers are in complete control right now. C-Dub's though. He finds the Shatter as well as the pin. He does it. He's done it. Cute white boy does the impossible.
No
He's in a Poggers moment as the chat goes wild.
Oh, it's not his most comfortable hero, that's for sure, but C-Dub delivers when C-Dub needs to. One big slam, that's a series-saving slam from C-Dub. I thought for sure that it was just a matter of time for Heartbreakers, but the stall from Atomic, so good, and now Atomic have done this so well this entire series. It's just another fight now that Heartbreakers need to win and invest resources for. The wall comes up, but they find C-Dub again, so that's no sign that could come through. Hammer down on the flank. 2 dead. 4v6.
Right now, Dragon Watch is going crazy though. Despite some heroics.
No way
from
they throw
Cute
it
White
twice.
Boy,
No way they throw
they
it twice.
can't. It's literally impossible. There's no shot, as the kids would say, that they
Let's
lose
fucking
this.
go. Woo.
The heroics are not enough for Atomic. And it's going to be a
Holy.
2-0 heartbreaker, if you will. Haha, I'm funny. I'm the only one who's done that ever.
You probably
For
are. You
Atomic,
probably are.
as they lose 2-0.
Let's pop up credits for a sec, because I think whilst this was a performance that showed off Atomic's weaknesses as a team, which we've not seen too far, I think the Heartbreakers just popped, man. I think they were just really good with the composition. This composition that Heartbreakers are playing, Atomic could not find an answer to it. And at times, listen, I'm not going to overreact too much. This puts Heartbreakers 4-2 level record. 2nd or 3rd in the B League, right at the top there. But Atomic, they're going to bounce back, and they're going to bounce back absolutely fine. Right now, though, what a series. I never expected. I actually thought for sure after that slam from C, but I thought that Heartbreakers were going to throw it. I thought they were going to crumble. They've been very lackluster in these clutch overtime fights that I've seen from them just overall, like throughout the whole season. They've thrown so many good fights, but this series, Heartbreakers' ability to turn lost fights, if you saw that fight on Second Worst, for example, or when they managed to wall C-Dub, they just pinned him, and then... Yeah, Heartbreakers impressed me today, which is weird, because I literally coached them, but still. Atomic, though, they'll bounce back, they'll be fine. What a game. I'm lost for words, I'm speechless, holy
Hey,
shit.
Jace, you get to talk to more people that you've probably talked to.
Pulled it out.
Here they are! We got Coochie Man, Kron, and McMeme here.
I can't
Jace,
celebrate on cards
have
for
at
bias,
'em.
but...
No, just go bias. Just go full bias. I'll just sit here.
One thing I will say with you guys is your guys' ability to... Holy shit, like... You should not imagine the first time you got into Rialto 3rd and fucking C-Dub put 6 on the floor or 4 on the floor. I thought for sure you guys had thrown it, but one thing I do want to say is I will turn it into an interview question as opposed to just talking to you guys. Obviously, you know that I prepped you for these maps, but like, who the fuck called to wall C-Dub and push C-Dub when we were down Dragon Watch? I say when you guys were down Dragon Watch on second point Rialto, because that actually low-key might have won you the game. Your guys' calls to push when you were down and you were opportunistic was really, really good. So,
I just threw a hell of a wall and we just pushed that. I didn't even know it was coming. Saw C-Dub and we're like, alright, stick it.
Let us just put up the wall, and he was like, guys, push up, and yeah.
We're not gonna say no to that.
I'm not here. You got a coaching session right now, Jace. Go.
Do you know what? Ask someone is.
Okay, fine. You guys, how does it feel being number 1 in the league right now? After, I think, I don't know who it was, the first week or something said, I guess it's my turn again to be on the winless team. I don't know who that was, but someone said that. But now you guys are number 1, so that must feel nice.
We were banned to the Shadow Realm week 1.
Yeah, I remember that. That was fun, wasn't it?
You guys were hard, Shadow Realm.
God, the fucking...
I don't...
That's crazy.
I genuinely don't think there is a number 1 team. It's just who can play the better map, honestly.
Yeah.
Maybe these teams this time,
These teams are so like close together, honestly. We just got very lucky with the map pool, in my opinion. These are our strongest maps, and
yeah, I agreed.
And
you guys are so good.
Any map we can have Kron and Sigma is a nice map.
Yeah.
In order to avoid the bias of basically having pretty much everyone apart from Worst be involved with this team and this comp, I want you guys to throw a bone almost and throw some plaudits to the enemy, because we know how good Atomic were. What were you guys most shitting yourselves going into this game? Like, not necessarily who, but what? What were you thinking? Fuck, we might be a bit screwed here, guys. Like, because we know Atomic are a scary team, but what scared you guys the most on the Atomic roster?
Dude.
Maybe you'll take that, yeah.
Interflex, that man is very scary on the D.Va. So
he's too good.
When I saw he was on the team, like in the draft, I'm like, oh, that's gonna be probably a very hard opponent. And coming into this match, I was like, dude, he's probably gonna get a lot of value, and he did. He even ate one of Dragon Watch's ults. In one of the fights.
That one through the wall was disgusting.
It was through the wall.
Like,
ooh, that happened.
I would be on the second point, on the first point defense in the overtime fight. C-Man, Interflux ate it through he got it through the wall, dude. Through 2 walls actually, through 2 walls by the way, through
Nasty.
2 walls.
Interflux is nasty.
Yeah, it's just such a great eat.
That and Hammer Down is just really good on the DPS. So I was like, I have to try to, play against these players. They're so good. But
They're
I'm
an
glad.
intimidating team. They're an intimidating team.
They're a very intimidating team.
I mean, I gave you a job to do today, McMeme, and I think you did it pretty well, Chief. One thing I will ask quickly, because obviously we got other games on the line as well, and we are behind schedule. Just a question to you, McMeme, because I'll talk to Kron and Seaman later, and it's whatever. What's it like? Because I think you picked up for 1K. Definitely the lowest I saw in the draft by like a fair bit, but it just feels like I'm eating you, but I'm not genuinely. What is it like sort of stepping in, sort of being in a team like this, playing with higher SR players, getting coaching, etc.? Like, because I actually haven't talked to you at all about it. What's the experience been like for you so far this season? Or, like, this whole thing?
Considering my last team was Mir's Little Pog Champs, I've been enjoying my stay here with Heartbreakers quite a lot. And, I mean, everyone's super nice, so I don't feel like I'm weighing down the team too much per se. There's definitely like a lot better players, but I feel like I'm doing my job in that,
Yeah.
And I'm also improving a lot, so I am just happy to be here.
Yeah.
I've been calling it for weeks. McMeme's progression is one to be invested in.
True.
Yeah, for
That
sure.
coach is. That coach is. Oh, Tron.
He said he wasn't a May player, like when we asked for a May, and he obviously is, and if he hasn't before, I don't know how he did it so fast, but he's such
He said he couldn't Sombra either, and he pulled out the Sombra, and we won, like last time.
Yeah, Lettuce's walls are so game breaking.
Well, with McMeme lying to everyone, we do, in fact, have some more matches here today, as we did get a little bit behind schedule because of that first match. And again, thank you guys very much for joining us here for the interview. Congratulations. You guys will have more opportunity to talk with Jace about one went right, one went wrong, and all that kind of stuff in a bit. I know he's going to be having a blast with you guys, celebrating with you, as well as saying, hey, we still got another week to go before playoffs. But again, congratulations on your win here tonight, moving up to that number 1 seed. And just real big dubs today, boys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
GG's.
Shout out to Atomic, shout out to you guys.
Shout out to everyone watching.
So no Mickey Mouse for once. Real win.
Genuine non-Mickey Mouse win, first one.
It's a great feeling.
Thank you guys. But as you guys see on your screen right now, next match is 7Piece versus Gerald Fan Club. 7Piece is coming off a reverse sweep from Goliath, and Gerald Fan Club on that rise.
Yeah.
That match coming up right after this short break. That was all for me, Worstcast, and Jace. We're gonna get, I think it's a Dividing MFG cast, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Dividing, I don't think he's casted BPL before, but Dividing's done stuff with me and OD, and Dividing is pretty good. I think if there's anyone in the BPL community that I could hand the baton to, Dividing would be at the top of that list. So enjoy the Dividing cast. Try not to slander his league in chat, guys. We got 2 banger games coming up for you. I'm going to go and rest my voice and reveal the spreadsheet to Atomic. So see you guys in a bit. Take care. Peace.
BPL Season 3 is brought to you by Bagcliff is a proud sponsor of BPL and of late night Taco Bell runs. We're an apparel brand raised in skate vibes and weird rides. We make cool stuff and even cooler stuff with creative people. Our items are always sporadic and always quality. No knockoff lame stuff here. We take our time and don't release anything until we're completely happy with it. So check out our sizzling pizza collection and our 2 spicy collabs with Basically I Do Work and Trevor May. And since this is an ad read, we should tell you that you should go to bagcliff.com or tweet a taco gif at us at bagcliffbrand.
He got it out for me, you know. He's such a lion searching prey. Sweet talking dirty on the floor. Look like an honest copy paste. Swarm around my head, look the way he goes. Buzzing like he thinks that he's my hero. Thinking of taking a break, shutting it down to refresh. Honey, it's all for the better. Oh no, so spit it out to my face. It's okay, I've been busy working late, unrehearsed in my faith, like repeating my mistakes. It's alright, it's okay, there is no one else to blame. I'm busy loving myself. direction and it's time to refresh. Honey, it's all for the better. Oh no. So spit it out to my face. It's okay. I've been busy working late, unrehearsing my fate, like repeating my mistakes. It's alright, it's okay. There is no one else to blame. So spit it out to my face. It's okay. I've been busy working late, unrehearsing my fate, like repeating my mistakes. It's alright, it's okay. There is no one else to blame. I'm busy loving myself. Spinning it out for me, spinning it out for me, baby. So spit it out to my face. It's okay. I've been busy working late, unrehearsing my fate, like repeating my mistakes. It's alright, it's okay. There is no one else to blame. I'm busy loving myself.
Thank you very much, Wick, Jace, and Worst. Those were some great games, but we're at the halfway point now, so it's time to get some new people on the desk here. I'm your host, Jimmy. Joining me today are MFG and a very special guest. It's actually Dividing here. Hello.
Hey guys.
Dividing.
How's it going?
If I may say so, one of my personal favorite Overwatch content creators. So I'm actually really excited to cover this match with you. How's it going, man?
Appreciate it. No, I'm having such a great time. I wanted to take some time to check in on the BPL community, see how things are going. And we have a lot of games today with a lot on the line here. 7Ps,
yeah.
Hayden, Redwood Rockets, Gerald Fan Club, all of them have a shot to get into that all-important top 4, but things have to go right for them today.
Yeah, so for those who may not know, Dividing, he's the former League Zero commissioner, and this is relevant because we do have a lot of League Zero players in this season of BPL, and we actually might see some of them in these 2 next matches. Up next is going to be 7Ps versus the Gerald Fan Club, Both of these teams, had their ups and losses, their ups and downs, sorry, and both are coming off of a loss from last week. We mentioned this before in our other games, but this is our penultimate week of the regular season, so it's really make or break for these teams. Both of these teams still have a pretty low chance, but it is definitely possible for them to still get into our top 4, which is important for seeding purposes for playoffs, as you can see here. Gerald definitely needs some help from other teams as well, but this also means that they really need to win this match, both of these teams. MFG, who's your money on for this one?
Well, looking statistically, they both are not doing so hot, but it does look like 7-piece hat important. I think that the better they're going to have that extra bit of motivation.
Having some issue.
And Gerald, like he said, how won't match just so. But just from a statistical standpoint, I think that 7-piece will be able to pull this off.
Oh my word.
We got the end of that. Absolutely, yeah.
I understood what you said.
Sorry. I
So,
essentially
if
said
teams
go
are not sure,
7-piece.
Yeah, I fair point, yeah. For those maybe unfamiliar with Gerald Fan Club, if you go to bpl.solomon.gg, I did write an article about them this week if you want to see some more about their team origins, some questions that I asked the captain Turtle Shell. Speaking of Turtle Shell, he did give us a scoop before this match started. They are, sadly, again, this is not the first for them, but they are plagued by some roster issues coming into this match. Sadly, the entire tank line is missing today. Both T and Zul could not make it, so they're gonna have to make some creative swaps. I don't want to mention it yet because I don't want to give away the surprise. I think people will like who we will see on main tank, especially in map 2. That's all I'm gonna say. But yeah, I think one interesting fact is that if we look at what the schedule is ahead for these teams, 7-piece, they're going to face Nitemare in their last game next week, which is definitely a possible win for them. I mean, we did see Nitemare just have a really, really great match against Goliath. Meanwhile, Gerald Fan Club, they have to go against Redwood Rockets in their last match, which is definitely one of the top teams in B-League. Dividing, do you see any hope for the Fan Club here? I mean, they do seem to have found their footing again lately, especially with their new player Reborn. Even considering these roster issues tonight, what are your thoughts on this team?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you find yourself at the bottom of the standings at this point in the season. Getting into the top 4 seems pretty unlikely considering you're going to need to, first of all, win out, just do the best that you can, and then hope that somehow more than half of the rest of the teams end up also going 3 and 4 to end it. So a lot of stuff has to go right for Gerald Fan Club over these next 2 weeks in order for them to make it to the playoffs. It's gonna be honest, not looking great. The best thing I can do though is tell them that you can use these 2 weeks, since everyone does make the playoffs. They can use these 2 weeks to really make sure that they have things nailed down. Really try and make sure that the roster issues have straightened themselves out a bit. You know what you're doing going into every matchup, and really just try and synergize these players together because, I mean, as we've seen, the B League is wide open right now. We just saw the number 1 seed Atomic take a loss. So I honestly think, I mean, this is coming from someone who has doesn't know quite as much as the other two here because I haven't been following it as closely, but just looking at the standings, it seems like really any of these teams could just go on a hot streak throughout the playoffs and take it, honestly.
Yeah, I guess the good news is that whenever the odds are the most against Gerald Fan Club, they seem to just keep winning, or like they seem to be playing at their best. I mean, we did have that upset win against Hayden Overwatch team, but they weren't scrimming for 2 weeks, so maybe with like their tank line missing, maybe this just gives them a boost of confidence again, who knows, or maybe this is just their secret to success. If the circumstances are at the most random they can be, they just win. We will see. What do you think, MFG? What do you think about the Gerald Fan Club?
I do think that even though I did say previously, I'm hoping the voice picks up this time, that the 7-piece was going to be more in the motivated sense, but I don't think that necessarily means that Gerald Fan Club is going to get swept here because, like you said, they managed to pull off an upset. Again, hopefully the voice is working. Sorry,
We
scuff
can hear you,
Wi-Fi
yeah.
chat. Scuff Wi-Fi. But I do think that Gerald fan club's gonna show us some surprises because. Oh, good. I do think Gerald fan club is going to do some surprises because, yeah, they're upset capable. This is a very important match, and I think not just for 7-piece, but the overall motivation will be heightened. So we'll definitely have a great match on our hands.
Yeah, absolutely. As we get into our first map of Eichenwald. Now, I love some good Eichenwald gameplay. You can get so many different kinds of comms to work on this map. There's a lot of long sightlines, a lot of open skies. However, starting up going into the first attack, both 7-piece and Gerald fan club seem to be keeping it simple, keeping it to those sort of brawl compositions. I actually think we're looking at a mirror matchup, so it's a very good opportunity to see how both of these squads match up together.
That is definitely true, and I like the way that they are mirroring the Cassidy and the Mei. I do love a good Mei gameplay, and I think that it's really smart on both attack and defense on point A, just because of all those chokeholds.
Alright, the wall coming out from Keith to start things off. It seconds off a couple members of 7-piece, but they're able to regroup, get around that central pillar, and now the fight really begins. Chicken Nugget God trying his best to push forward with the rest of his team, but ventures out a little bit too far, gets splash fanned there by Reborn, who picks up a second one onto the Lucio. That is a 3K for the Cassidy and Gerald fan club, and the first attack from 7-piece is rebuffed.
There you go, Gerald fan club already showing their strength early on. 7-piece did try with that aggression with the Reinhardt there on the part of Chicken Nugget God, but alas, they just didn't have enough firepower to get past the defenses. So now when they regroup and try to go again, it's going to be up to Gerald fan club to try to repeat what just happened.
Yeah, but they have the Ant Matrix from Turtle Shell and 7-piece just have to try and play sightlines for now, try and make sure that they can just live through the onslaught of damage. The Ant Matrix is used in response from Sly, but Gerald fan club do a great job of kiting out of the way. So both that piece ultimates don't end up contributing to much, except for lengthening the gameplay. And 7-piece is gonna push it now, but the shatter from Hayden, the main tank fill from Gerald fan club, has come out huge to start off this series. And once again, 7-piece is sent back to spawn.
I really enjoy Hayden's play there because that big shatter really allowed the rest of the fan club to capitalize on the kills and get it finished, because I've seen Rhines before where they've done 3-4 man shatters, but the rest of the team hasn't been able to come and clean up. But now Gerald fan club not only did that, but we see they've got the Blizzard now and the beat. So if 7-piece tries to shatter, they now have a contingency plan for it.
Yeah, but the ultimate onslaught coming out from 7-piece is proving to be lethal here. The Blizzard Bomb combo, there isn't a ton that can be done about that if you're Gerald fan club. So an impressive defense to start. You get the clock down to about 90 seconds, but 7-piece is going to unlock this payload and start moving.
That's really good for them because although they don't have the greatest time bank that they probably would have wanted, the fact that they broke through from Gerald's defenses is going to let them, like you said, get the cart moving. Now they're going to try to do that extra aggressive push, as you already see Chicken Nugget God finding a kill as he's up on the top, but you also see the Diva Bomb and other sorts of tactics coming out in retaliation from Gerald.
Yeah, great stuff from Chicken Nugget God. The fire strike through the Amp Matrix that just shows the synergy between Baptiste and Reinhardt there, and it has pushed Gerald fan club back for now. They're just hanging out on the high ground for the moment, trying to get their missing members back up. But 7-piece wants to try and push on this advantage here. They have the beat available, but Chicken Nugget God has an Ant Matrix in his face. Has to contend with the Blizzard coming out from Keith. That takes down Sly. That's so much healing no longer available, and the Blizzard ends up being the fight turner. Gerald fan club will stop the point progress here.
this is now their chance to hold this choke here on the beginning. And they have the resources to do it, or rather so, 7-Piece does not have any resources to push through. They have ultimates coming up, but at the moment during this fight, Gerald Fan Club's ultimate bank is greater, even though it's just by one ult, that being Hayden Shatter, which can be very useful if played correctly. Now we see an oncoming high ground battle.
Yeah, Chicken Nugget God is about to have the Shatter up as well. We could very easily be seeing a Rhine v Rhine fight here. But Reborn off to the side is using the Deadeye, and no one spots him. That's a 3K for Reborn, and Gerald Fan Club pins her down on the remaining members of 7-Piece.
Maybe I caster cursed 7-Piece here, because I did say they were going to win, but Gerald Fan Club, their ultimate usage has been very stellar so far. As you pointed out, nobody saw a Reborn on the flank, which is just what you want to do when you want to use that Cassidy ultimate. 7-Piece, though, looks like the ultimate bank's in their favor now, as they have a lot of different combos they can play with, especially with that Blizzard. They could do a Blizzard Deadeye, Blizzard Shatter, whatever they want to try to crack down these defenses.
Ooh, and the Diva has been demexed, so this Blizzard is gonna come out pretty much for free for 7-Piece, but Bean Can on top of that little Eichenwald arch just flies up there, knocks out Keith Swag, and now 7-Piece, they might not even need any of these ultimates. They're getting it done with just individual plays and good ability usage here. They are gonna use the Blizzard here to block Gerald Fan Club out of this sort of courtyard here. They're gonna stick onto the castle as Sly takes out his opposing number, and the kill feed is up red. Both the Blizzard and the feed are out for Gerald Fan Club in an attempt to try and hold on to this, but Chicken Nugget God is going to say no, and 7-Piece will be able to unlock the castle point C with about 2 minutes left on the clock.
I originally thought that, as you had noted, they were going to win that point off of individual plays alone, but they did have to end up using some ultimates, which kind of puts them now for Gerald Fan Club in a more fair situation, because if they had not used those ultimates, they would have still been up in the ult economy and Gerald Fan Club would have had a harder time. But now they have more of a realistic chance to once again try and hold that choke. Right now, 7-Piece does have that Deadeye and beat, but if you see on the side of Gerald Fan Club, it still looks like they have a pretty good setup.
Yeah, they absolutely do. There's still quite a few hurdles for Gerald Fan Club if they want to hold on to this, but 7-Piece are going to try and push in aggressively, but they don't get the kills that they were looking for originally here. Beancan's going to fly in with the bomb, and the Immortality Field is good, but it's not good enough. Reborn goes down, and the pick's now going in favor of 7-Piece. Gerald Fan Club are going to have to get something done quickly if they want to try and hold on to this point. Ant Matrix down, but that's not going to help them get any kills. Cartoon Blaze is going to make sure that no one from Gerald Fan Club is moving anytime soon. The beat as well, keeping everyone nice and healthy. 7-Piece, this is their fight to lose right now. They have so much at their backs. It's just dealing with these last stragglers, and they will capture all 3 points. But with 45 seconds left on the clock, it was a respectable defensive showing from Gerald Fan Club.
Definitely respectable. They could have easily swept that, but Gerald Fan Club, their defenses looked pretty clean, and I think we were all surprised by that, especially just by looking at the sheer records, looking at the sheer history of these teams, and I love to see it. I personally am an underdog kind of gal. I love it when the more, like, the less favored team really does a showing. Yeah. It always catches people off guard, and it just produces great Overwatch.
Yeah, and when you're looking for an underdog in the BPL B League, I mean, Gerald Fan Club is about as good as you can get there. These guys have not won a ton, but they are scrappy. Actually, only have one less map win coming into this series than 7-Piece. 7-Piece is 5-7 in maps. Gerald Fan Club are 4-8. Just shows they've been in a lot of these matches, and at any point they could find that extra gear to get themselves into true contention for the BPL B League crown. But looks like we're not going to be seeing anything new coming into this next map. Brawl from both sides once again, though. I'm curious to see what Reborn wants to do with the Symmetra. I would love to see some sort of Symmetra Mei Ice Wall strategy, but it might just be helping people get out of spawn. We'll see.
I don't know, because I actually did play some Overwatch myself today, and I had some Symmetras where the turret placement really hurt our team a lot, so I think Reborn can definitely, like you said, both do mobility and use those turrets to Gerald Fan Club's advantage.
Yeah, you're going to get real nice and charged up off of Chicken Nugget God's shield, and he's going to get melted down now. Gerald Fan Club is going to try and push forward 7-piece without their Reinhardt and without any real hope of coming into this fight. So the Symmetra ends up coming up huge for Gerald Fan Club. Reborn already with that Photon Barrier ultimate available. Just shows how much damage he was putting in that fight.
The strategizing is on point. Because you did note before in the beginning, round 1, that each team was doing a mirror comp. But now we see Gerald Fan Club kind of try to do some of their own thing, and it's working for them. Now 7-piece is going to try to use the ultimates they've built up, that possible noon window combo, to try to see if that Symmetra can be taken down.
Yeah, but the barrier coming out from Reborn is after them safe passage, and Hayden once again has come up huge with the shatter. We get a nice little look at little Lettuce there. Just on cart duty as the rest of Gerald Fan Club are going to push forward on top. Quick fight win for them.
7-piece does have more percentage to work with, still holding on to that noon window. And now also with the Blizzard almost online, things are looking good for them, but it's all about the proper execution. For example, you gotta make sure Lettuce is out of the way so you can throw that Blizzard. Or for the noon, you also gotta make sure you don't get dove.
Yeah, absolutely, but the aggressive push here from Gerald Fan Club has given them dividends so far, but they might have bit off a little more than they can chew. The Blizzard from Cartoon Place has put a ton of damage on the remaining members of Gerald Fan Club. There's just a couple of stragglers right now trying to get the point across that very dangerous icon-walled bridge, Lucio's dream. But it's just the 3 of them, and now 7-piece are going to come on for the recontest. The Blizzard comes out from Gerald, trying to get themselves a safe passage here to the end of the point, and it might have been enough, actually, as now the beat has come through. The bomb from Beancan doesn't get much because of it, and yeah, the smart ultimate usage from Gerald Fan Club is going to allow them to take point B at a blazing fast pace. That's 5 minutes to finish this map.
Not only was it smart ultimate use, but it was also smart offensive play in making sure that 7-piece's ultimates didn't do anything. Just as I had warned them about, it happened, because you saw when Bordando tried to do the high noon, Lettuce just got right in his face with the Matrix and negated it.
Yeah, absolutely, as now we see the Ant Matrix come out from Slide from 7-piece, trying to halt this momentum, but doesn't matter when you have the Photon Barrier in the face, and Hayden once again slips an Earth Shatter past a Chicken Nugget God, but has to still be careful here. You're able to take out the Reinhardt, and you should be able to isolate the Mei as well. Yes, Cartoon Blaze goes down, and now Gerald Fan Club are going to continue pushing forward.
7-piece may have the Rhine with God in the name, but it looks like Hayden's the god of Rhine during this match. That beautiful shatter definitely allowed Gerald Fan Club that extra aggression and even ultimate build-up. Turtle Shell very close to a Matrix. Lettuce already releasing the bomb.
Yeah, the bomb used early, trying to catch someone off guard, but it does not get much. But Hayden has to be careful here. He's found himself kind of in the middle of everything and is going to get taken out early. The Blizzard from Gerald Fan Club is going to try and equalize Gerald once again. These Blizzards have been super good for them so far in this map. But this fight kind of hangs in the balance. The longer it goes, the better it is for 7-piece. They have the spawn advantage right now. but they're currently coming out on top a little bit. The Blizzard does get the pick here on Gerald, as now we continue moving back and forth. Chicken Nug got back in the fight, and the Shatter, it gets both tanks, and that should be the turning point here, but they don't get a pick onto the opposing number, so 7 Piece is going to continue to fight this. It's now just kind of devolved into every man for themselves, and it seems like even though there are picks going either way, finally the spawn advantage should have things in 7 Piece's favor, and they'll be able to hold on.
For now, they'll be able to hold on, but even right now, it's still back and forth. Now, they're finally finding their footing, 7 Piece, but still, Gerald Fan Club seems to have backed out enough, so there wasn't a lot of room for staggers, which is really, really good given their situation. Because although 7 Piece does have that spawn advantage, Gerald Fan Club, though, now has a quicker time of getting back, just because no one died, so they didn't have to wait for anyone.
And now 7 Piece. They've cut this time bank in half. It's been an admirable point C defense to start off here. And Beancan gets the bomb in the back. Gerald Fan Club were too slow to respond. So even though there's a couple picks going the way of Gerald... Oh, actually, wait a minute. With the bomb here from Lil Lettuce, Gerald Fan Club want to continue to fight this here. It's going to force the Blizzard out of Cartoon Blaze. And yeah, you just got to think that when you lost 2 players and most of your support line to the bomb, you should have just regrouped from there.
No, I think what they did was a really smart strategy, because look what happened to 7 Piece. Blizzard gone, with Matrix gone, and now look at Gerald Fan Club. Blizzard up, beat up, and Matrix up. They put themselves in a situation by tricking 7 Piece into using those ultimates, so now they have the true advantage. So I think that was a very smart way to bait the ultimates.
Potentially so, but Gerald Fan Club now has to pull it off here. Reborn finds Bordeno in the back, so the Junkrat swap for him has come up big already. That takes out so much of the backline pressure from 7 Piece and a potential ultimate. The Shatter from Chicken Nugget God finds 2, but he's frozen up. He can't follow up on it. And 7 Piece are in a bad way right now. Reborn has already gotten the Riptire, and he's found 2. So Gerald Fan Club now in a fantastic position to push through to the end.
Looks like it's going to be a very similar time bank, if not the same. Gerald Fan Club going to be second short of 7 Pieces time, but right now it definitely looks like they are going to complete, which is essentially all that matters. Because since both teams completed, there's no room for a draw, I believe.
I think it is a room for a draw here, as far as, of course, Gerald Fan Club still trying to deal with the staggers. 7 Ps have done a very good job of just making sure that to try and take as much time off the clock as possible, get themselves as much of a time benefit as they can in those extra rounds. But there's no reason to think that Gerald Fan Club won't eventually pull this out. I haven't seen a single pick on the side of of 7 Ps, sorry. Gerald Fan Club still 6 members strong, but 7 Ps are going to push this down to overtime. That's going to give them a really good advantage in the extra rounds when they do eventually get there, and looks like we will finally see Gerald Fan Club push it across the line. So it is a minute to a minute 45, and 7 Piece are going to be on the defense first.
45 seconds can make a big difference, as you did note. So 7 Piece still has the advantage just coming out of the gate, but I think we all pretty much seen this match that whatever team seems to have the advantage doesn't necessarily mean they're going to win.
Yeah, it's been a very close matchup so far. It was really just, if it wasn't for some fantastic staggering at the end by 7 Piece, we could be looking at basically identical time banks right now. So Gerald Fan Club definitely putting up a good fight in this one so far, but now it's all going to come down to this attack. You've got to at least take a tick and get as much as you possibly can out of this minute. If you can get a solid push on this cart in that minute, you could even be seen as favorable to win overall, because, you know, 7 Ps got themselves maybe an extra fight with those extra 45 seconds, but if you can win a couple, get a good streak going from Gerald Fan Club, that could be huge. And I'm seeing Reborn come out with that Symmetra again. The question is 7 Piece ready for this?
I was just about to note, I'm curious as well to see if 7 Piece is expecting this, because they don't have really much room to switch up their comps and have those fights, because Seven Piece is the one that has more room for that, not Gerald Fan Club.
100%. As Gerald Fan Club now out on the attack, it is a quick push up onto the point from Gerald Fan Club, as they are going to just be trying to take as much of it as possible. They're actually forcing Seven Piece back, and they've actually taken a tick already before anyone goes down, but Chicken Nugget God, he can't take the pressure again and gets taken down, but Hayden actually has been swapped out. So no Reinhardt's on either side, and we're actually seeing a very trady fight right now. Gerald Fan Club, they've gotten themselves a tick off this, but they are going to need more. And it looks like they're probably going to get it, as they're going to pull ahead in this fight now. Nice little... that was actually really cool from Gerald Fan Club, using the teleport as sort of an escape option.
I really liked how it wasn't necessarily in the beginning the Symmetra that caught Seven Piece off guard, but it was rather that really quick and sharp rotation to the right that really set Seven Piece apart, because they thought that they were just going to have another head-on battle, thinking that they were just going to try to brawl it through. Overtime now on the clock, so it's crucial that Gerald Fan Club does not C9 this car.
Yeah, absolutely crucial here, but the blizzards come out from both sides early, so we're going to get a second here where just everyone is frozen up. And unfortunately for Seven Piece, Gerald Fan Club, they're coming out on top once again. Maybe a little bit of an overcommitment there, but you still got Diva Bomb, you've still got beat, you still have plenty of opportunity. And the fact that you're getting this much push on the cart is already insane for Gerald Fan Club.
Especially considering it's in overtime. And not many teams normally manage to do that. Normally the team with the 1 minute is the one that seems to be held the most. But Gerald Fan Club just continuously full of surprises. And now we see Seven Piece cracking up some surprises of their own.
Oh my gosh, the Diva Bomb over the top! And Seven Piece are in spawn once again. Gerald Fan Club, they might actually be able to get this across the Eichenwald Bridge now. They might be able to get themselves back into the Eichenwald Castle, and with the staggers, that is exactly what they're going to do.
You definitely do not see this often. I said it before, and I'm saying it again. This is some good Overwatch. Seven Piece now on the regroup. Ultimate's looking good. Almost have that beat to accompany the shatter, whereas Gerald Fan Club does have a beat of their own, so it's going to be important for Missy to stay out of the way of the attack if she wants to use the beat for the team. And this doesn't work out.
The Shatter Bomb combo from Bean Can and Chicken Nugget God finally finds pay dirt in Gerald Fan Club. It was a fantastic attack for 1 minute, but it is finally going to come to an end here.
Missy, I see that you tried. The beat's gone, which means you tried to use it, so I give my commends to you, but Seven Piece in the end was able to stop the full 6-point push. Now it's going to be interesting to see if Gerald Fan Club is going to keep that aggression and possibly prevent Seven Piece from even getting a tick on the first point.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Gerald Fan Club have done what they need to do on the attack, right? If there's no way that Seven Piece, even if they play perfectly, will be able to take this win without getting into overtime. So it comes down to, can Gerald Fan Club, one, take enough time off the clock to make sure that Seven Piece has as many fight wins as possible in order to take the full map? And then, can they win that final decisive fight? I think if Gerald Fan Club can win just that first point A fight where there's no ultimates up yet, that would be huge for their chances. We have 25 seconds left, but I do want to point out the Bordano has swapped over to a Symmetra of his own. Very interesting from Seven Piece trying to mirror Gerald here.
Yeah, we're back on that full mirror. They've finally seen how well the Symmetra has been working for Gerald Fan Club, so they want to see if they can mimic that. It's going to be interesting to see if they can, because if they can, I think this is going to be another repeat of what we just saw, where these teams are going to be neck and neck. But if Bordando can't exactly copy Reborn strats, then it's just going to be another steamroll.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I hope that Seven Piece has been practicing this here, because this could very easily turn into someone being a little bit uncomfortable and getting taken off because of it. But Teleporter used creatively. Seven Piece has flipped the point right now. They pushed into the back, but Chicken Nugget God is frozen. and just barely manages to get out there. So clutch stuff coming out from the supports of 7-Piece. And while we are trading both sides, it seems like 7-Piece are coming out ahead. No, actually, it's a 3v4 in favor of Gerald Fan Club right now. And Bean Can in the back has taken out Missy, taking out the Baptiste as well. The support line is gone from Gerald Fan Club. They have a lot of damage, but they do not have any healing. Gerald Fan Club, they've come back into this. And now all of a sudden, we're down to 40 seconds left on the clock, and 7-Piece haven't gotten this point unlocked yet.
I guess we have our answer. It just seems that the strategies that Gerald Fan Club has been comfortable with are the ones we're seeing, because although it's a mirror, it did seem, well, not seem, definitely Gerald Fan Club had the better control there, and final fight territory approaching now for 7-Piece.
Yeah, 7-Piece have to be perfect from this point forward. They cannot lose a single fight. They have the photon barrier out, they have the bomb, but Gerald Fan Club do a good job of hiding out of the way. A tick is given, but it does not matter as much as the shatter from Chicken Nugget God. It finds 3. And that is going to be enough to take down Hayden. So, the Reinhardt down from Gerald Fan Club, but it does not matter when you have the ultimate and Gerald Fan Club last place going into this match, but they don't look like it so far as they take our first map of the series.
Wow, all I can say is wow. That was such an impressive showing from Gerald Fan Club. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but obviously it just has to be said. No one was expecting this. Everyone thought that 7-Piece was going to be able to put Gerald Fan Club in their place, but it seems like the opposite thing has occurred. So I give kudos and my props to them. But it's not over yet. It's only a 0-1, not a 2-0. So
yeah,
7-Piece and Chicken Nugget God have the opportunity to come back.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you know, I'm not gonna, just like our host said before, I'm not gonna say it to because I want to save the surprise, but we are going to be seeing a main tank swap up for Gerald Fan Club in map 2. So I'll be super excited to see if this new main tank is going to be able to come in and replicate the success that Hayden had, because I think that he did a very good job of standing up the Chicken Nugget God there. And of course, gotta talk about Reborn. My League 0 guy came up huge in that entire map for Gerald Fan Club. It seemed like no matter what was going on, dude was popping off. Just outputting so much damage was a huge reason why Gerald Fan Club came out ahead so often.
Huge is a great adjective to describe those plays, the impact that they had on the match. Everyone was really pulling their weight. The tanks were making sure the enemy DPS weren't able to use the ultimates. The DPS were making sure that they were killing things. The supports obviously making sure that they could aggress without getting hurt. And I just love it. It's an overall good team cohesion. And going into the next map, I hope that will continue.
Yeah, and then on the side of 7-Piece, they made it close but end up falling short in the end. Based off of what you saw there, MFG, what would you be trying to change in 7-Piece's play to make sure that they can take our second map, which I believe is Rialto, and get ourselves to that ultimate third map?
Fortunately, my Wi-Fi says no cam, sad face. But I do think that I saw 7-Piece towards the end especially try to copy the strats they were seeing that were working, and they just plainly weren't as comfortable with them as Gerald Fan Club was. So I think they need to stop trying to do that and rather trying to focus on any of the different compositions they've practiced with that could potentially be the opener that they need. It doesn't necessarily have to be mirror on mirror if they're better at another composition.
Yeah.
And in Rialto, I would maybe expect some more boop characters, possibly Farah. I know the teams are playing Lucio, maybe even a Roadhog coming in here.
Yeah, I was a little surprised that both 7-Piece and Gerald Fan Club sort of stayed true to that Rhine Diva brawl mentality throughout the entire map there. Eichenwald has always been known as one of those maps where it's the meta has always been a little more loose. You can get a lot more things to work on it. Obviously, Farah, like you mentioned, we see dive comps all the time there. Double shield works well as well. But both 7Piece and Gerald's fan club mostly just opted to mirror the brawl for that entire map. I'm curious now, with 7Piece's sort of backs against the wall, will they try something else going into the next one?
I hope they do. It'll keep things fresh, and it'll give them a greater opportunity to tie up this match 1-1 into map 3, because, like I said before, good Overwatch! It's priceless, and we love to see it.
100%. As we are getting ready to head into Rialto here. And I mean, once again, we have to set the stakes here for 7Piece. It seems like if you want to be in the running to get those all-important top 4 spots, have one of those top 4 seeds, be able to pick your opponent in the BPL playoffs, you have to be at least 3-3, right? We have like 2 teams right now that are 4-2. We have 3 more teams that are 3-3. You have to be in that group in the middle if you want to try and get into that top 4. And those 4 slots do seem super wide open, as I think we're going to get a look at the maps here. And yes, I was right. We are going to Rialto, but 7Piece needs this win, right? Going down to 2 and 4 will make it exponentially more difficult for them to get into that all-important top 4 ranking.
It's ever so coveted, but ever so difficult. It's going to be 7Piece's last stand here to either keep this going or surrender to Gerald. Now we're seeing some differentiation between the 2 teams. Gerald fan club opting for the Pharmacy, 7Piece opting for that sniper. I like it. I like the differentiation. It feels fresh.
Yeah, so if Mordano's going to stay on the Widow, they're not. They're going to go on to the Cassidy, which is also just as valid. 7Piece seems to be going with another Brawl comp again. But this means that now Gerald versus Mordano is a matchup that I'm going to be watching going into this Rialto. Will that, and Bean Can to an extent, be enough to deal with the Far in the Skies? And Gerald Fan Club, I said this before, but they're actually not going to change things up. I think they took the first map and were like, hey, wait, we actually have a shot to win this thing. Let's not change anything. And
I know,
okay,
already.
that's an early pick from Gerald. That's crazy.
Gerald Fan Club already showing their strength, flexing their muscles. And I think that this is the perfect composition for them. Because
Keith has come through early.
Pharmacy is oh so popular and oh so powerful on Rialto, specifically first point. Exactly. 7 previous composition is going to
it seems like MFG is having issues again.
Yes, MFG is having issues. I'm gonna try to talk over her right now. I don't think she can hear me.
I think as Gerald.
No, we do have a good chat in here from 7Piece here, as I'm trying to speak over the garbled mess that is MFG at the moment. The 7Piece do have the points here, and it looks like they're going to be able to push through to the end of the point. As 7Piece, they get to push through. They are able to deal with the DPS picks of Gerald and like we're gonna be getting the looks like we're gonna be getting the actually looks like we have Jimmy here is gonna be filling in for MFG
I'll try my
right
best.
Yeah.
For those who were wondering what was like talking up map 2 so much, is because I mean Total Shot told me that originally Gerald, who's Cave Swag, you see him on the fair right now, he was gonna play main tank. That was that. They probably just went after that first map and they were just like, hey, this is actually working. Let's keep it like this. So good to see. Also, yeah. Go ahead.
And they have fixed the issues. Thank you, Jimmy, for holding down the fort.
Okay, good. I'll hand it over to you then again.
Mid-fight. We love to see it.
Yeah, their mid-fight right now as the barrage came out early there from Gerald, but it goes right into the shield of Sky. It's actually a main tank swap up from 7-piece. I feel like we haven't gotten the chance to mention that. But does not work out for them so far. 7-piece holding on to their ultimates here for a better day, a better fight, as they are going to lose out on this one. But, oh, actually, Beancan's going to go ahead and use the Diva Bomb there to re-mech. But other than that, 7-piece can be expecting to have all their other ultimates for this next.
Let's see if they can be able to capitalize on that, because Gerald Fan Club also has a large slew of ultimates available to them. Now, 7-piece looking good in terms of card push, but it's going to be Gerald Fan Club coming in quickly.
Yeah, but Missy going down early, and we're just going to ignore that from Reborn. And Missy going down early is so terrible for Gerald Fan Club. So much of your comp depends on the damage from Gerald and that Pharah. Losing that damage from the Mercy just ends it quickly. And 7-piece, they continue pushing forward with, and they only had to use the Shatter.
Now Gerald Fan Club is making some swaps because they are seeing how well 7-piece is pushing this. Particularly Hayden now on the Orisa. I believe this is the first showing of that, but dang, 2 kills right out the bat.
Yeah, 2 kills off the bat, and the Kaden and Orisa swap comes up huge for Gerald Fan Club. They're going to hold this here, and now things get scary for 7-piece. This is one of the hardest spots to push through as an attack, because you see how the members of Gerald Fan Club are able to sort of hang out on this high ground here.
2:16 on the clock left. 7-piece seems to be running out of answers, but they do definitely have ultimates now to come into this. Look at the Blizzard, look at the Beat. Specifically, those 2 ultimates are going to serve well if done correctly, making sure this time there's no Diva in the face of the attacker so that the ultimate can actually get some use.
Oh, but the Amp Matrix just isn't enough damage, especially when Gerald is patrolling the skies. A couple ticks come back through for 7-piece, but Reborn is still alive, and the back is Doomfist, and you just can't let that happen. You gotta kill that Doomfist as Reborn gets his 3rd for that fight. Gerald Fan Club are gonna continue to hold.
That is just amazing work by them. They did it in a way that, look at their ultimates, they're fine. Look at 7-piece, they had to commit. They have their tank ults coming up shortly, but look at the time bank. They're going to be able to use them, definitely. But they might have to do it in a sort of rushed manner if Gerald Fan Club can continue to push them back.
Yeah, Gerald Fan Club are doing a fantastic job on the sort of backwards hold here. And the bomb from Little Lettuce, it takes down Sky. That is not what you want to see. You can't lose your Reinhardt that early, and 7-piece are just going to back up. But actually, Lil Les has maybe got a little bit too big there. Gets Sly, so that's a really good pick, and just going to jump off the bridge. Just say, gotcha.
You got to die at your own hand. But now this was final fight territory, and it's not all lost yet. I know I said that it looked like Gerald Fan Club is going to be pretty dominant in these last few fights, but 7-piece, I think that they understand the situation, meaning they're going to be playing this a little bit more smart, because they have what they need to win. They just need to make sure they can find that minimal second where Gerald Fan Club has their guard down.
Alright, well, it's going to come down this 10 seconds on the clock, and Sky uses the Shatter, but gets taken out. Reborn again on the Doomfist is coming up so big. 7-piece now have to throw everything that they can at the wall here. This is 5 ultimates at once, but it only finds Keith, and all the other ultimates go the way of Gerald's Fan Club. 7-piece have not been able to find a dent in this defense. Gerald's Fan Club, as soon as they deal with Sky here on the Wrecking Ball, should be able to hold it. And man, this is looking good for the underdogs.
Definitely. All 4 syllables go into that one. Gerald Fan Club, that was so clean. 7-piece, admittedly, I feel they had a good amount of time. I missed the end of that first fight, but Gerald Fan Club was able to put them in a standstill and hold that over the bridge choke, and not a lot of teams usually do that. Like, I feel like on Rialto, second point kind of tends to go pretty quickly. So now going into this second round, I feel like it's going to be in Gerald fan club's best interest to try to use a composition that'll just try to allow them to push through the defense in the most quick time they can.
Yeah, Gerald fan club in a very good position, but it's not over yet. Of course, 7-piece now has the chance to defend, and they're going to have the access to the same high grounds, the same choke points that Gerald fan club did. And now 7-piece, this is a big departure from what they've been playing. They've been playing Reinhardt-based comps all day, MFG, and now they're swapping the double shield. What do you think this says?
I think this says we're gonna finally listen to you, MFG. Because I was saying, like, they've been using a lot of the same compositions, and it didn't seem to be working for them. Now, I like the fresh look of the Arista Sig, the double sniper, the Mercy Bat. I think this will serve them well in the terms of the map and how the Mercy can damage boost the snipers. I definitely think this is a good call for them.
All right. Well, you get the MFG seal of approval, and look at something else you mentioned here. A little lettuce going on to the Roadhog to start off. I'm curious to see if the lettuce is going to try and get kind of going off to the side. I don't know if anyone from 7-piece has seen it yet. And now they do see it. A couple members of 7-piece drop down to contest with that Roadhog, but that means they've kind of given up the high ground, given up that space, and the lettuce manages to get out. That's actually so huge. It's bought Gerald fan club so much space, and Gerald is off the map. So
very creative from them.
That was interesting. Yeah. Of course, gotta get the confidence up in 7-piece. That's of course what he's doing there.
Yeah, it's a false sense of security, guys. Don't worry. It's all in the script.
It is, yeah. Don't worry, Gerald has gotten this planned out from the start, as the Echo player is now back out of spawn, ready to do some more damage. But Turtle Shell gets down the Amp Matrix, but not before falling, and they're not going to get that much value out of that ultimate anymore. 7-piece are going to continue holding Gerald fan club back. The Roadhog play was cute, but I think you got to swap now.
It's working! But I admire Lettuce's choice for the Roadhog, even though, yeah, they're switching to the D.Va. Because, you know, it's always fun to try a little bit of new things. And coming into this, they don't have any ultimates to work with. Missy almost to her Valkyrie. But we do have the Supercharger coming out now from Sky.
Yeah, the Supercharger comes out, and Keith goes down again. This comp, just like the far comp before it, you need that flying DPS to continue to get value, and it just has not happened for Gerald so far. 7-piece push in, they make it a quick one, and now Gerald fan club, they found themselves with 2 minutes on the clock, and they really don't have much to show for it.
7-piece also won that fight without a major overcommitment. The only things that were used were the Dragons and Supercharger, and look, they almost have 4 ultimates on the table, whereas Gerald fan club only realistically has 1. And as the clock continues down and these fights dwindle, they need to figure out something faster, get a miracle pick if they want to get a chance.
Yeah, but now Gerald fan club, they finally found a little bit of headway here. They found some space, but the Amp Matrix from Sly is going to say not so fast. Gerald fan club now have to push back, as there's so many things keeping them from being able to push up as much as they want to. The Bob, the Amp Matrix, 7-piece, they continue this onslaught of ultimates, and they hold Gerald fan club once again.
This is just looking so good now for 7-piece, because map 1 seemed a little one-sided for Gerald fan club, half of map 2 admittedly the same, but now I think this is the turning point where 7-piece is probably gonna either take this map and go to map 3, or just have a valiant showing on this map, maybe lose, but still, we can't deny that they've definitely changed their tempo.
You can't go in without Turtle Shell there. A fantastic shot from Cartoon Blaze is going to keep Gerald fan club from pushing in for another 10 or so seconds. But now Turtle Shell's back up. Gerald fan club, they're going to have both the Shatter and the Amplification Matrix to work with. Potentially the Duplicate as well. Keith can get themselves some good damage in this fight. But you have to push past 4 Nano here. This spam damage from 7-piece from long range has been huge. But once again, Turtle Shell taken out as soon as the Amp Matrix comes out. That is not what you wanted to see if you're a Gerald fan club fan. And this is looking bad now. 13 seconds left on the clock. Gerald fan club, they cannot regroup for another fight. They just have to try and get back to the point as soon as possible. But 7-piece are standing strong. Reborn Seismic slams in, gets absolutely nothing, and Kaden can't get there in time. 7-piece with a very good defensive hold there. They take us to a map 3.
I am so intrigued. I don't know about you. I don't know about you, chat, but I am at the edge of my seat right now. This is another thing that one expected. Judging by what Eichenwald looked like, we thought this was just going to be another thing in Gerald Plancom's favor. Like I said, even at the beginning of this map, but 7-piece just made a statement to all of us saying, don't count us out. We understand the grind, and we are going to do our best.
Yeah, absolutely. 7-piece, they come out with the comp switch when they needed it most, and it comes up big. Gotta give it to them, 7-piece. I was really thinking that this series was gonna be over after Gerald Fan Club kept them out of point C, but 7-piece absolutely showed why they were the favorites going into this one.
It's a bounce back. You both gotta love the underdog, and then you both gotta love that bounce back. There's no in between. Going into our third map, which I believe is going to be Lijiang, I wonder what we're gonna see. Camera's going into the Netherverse again, but hopefully you can still hear me. But yeah, I wonder what we are gonna see, because now we've seen multiple compositions from both teams, but the real question is, going into Lijiang, which types of compositions we have seen are gonna be reappearing?
Yeah, the Lijiang is great because you get to like Control Center, where we see a lot of rush, a lot of brawl compositions come in, and it's very, very good because it's a lot more narrow, it's a lot more closed in. That's what we've been seeing a lot from both of these teams so far. But then we've got Gardens, which is a lot more open. So you see a lot more dive comps, you see a lot more double shield comps, a lot more far getting played on that map. And then you have Night Market, where you could really get away with either, right? So love the way that the Overwatch devs set that up so that each map lends itself to different kinds of strategies. And so I think this is a great map to end things out on.
I am very, very, I said intrigued. I'm going to probably say intrigued again, because yeah, depending on what Lijiang map we start on, we could have very different outcomes for these teams. Like, for example, if the first two maps are maps that 7-piece is comfortable with, then there you go. Whereas on the flip side for Gerald, then that's for them. But then if there's one where it's Gerald's good on map 1, 7-piece good on map 2, vice versa, we get it into a map 3, round 3 situation. All around loving it.
And we get right into Lijiang here. Very little time to talk for Gerald's Fan Club and 7-piece. Once again, 7-piece, they need this win to keep themselves in contention for that top 4 slot. Gerald's Fan Club, if they want any chance at top 4, slim or not, it has to come here. So, stakes are incredibly high here, and we do have a swap. Freya comes in for 7-piece, so excited to see what this new DPS player is going to bring as we start out on Control Center.
Yeah, I believe they were on support during Rialto, so using that Symmetra yet again. We see the typical DPS, though, on this map. We see the Sim, Junkrat in those narrow spaces. Looks like Gerald Fan Club is going to find first blood, though.
Yeah, Slide going down is brutal for 7-piece. You lose most of your healing, and they're just going to try and see if they can maybe take first point control, but Reborn says no. They're not going to get that past him, and that is 75% already to the Rip Tire for the, I think it's fair to say, star damage player on Gerald's Fan Club.
Definitely star, and it's very important, especially as that Junkrat, to try to build up your ultimate as soon as possible, and in the fact that Reborn has done that just shows that Gerald Fan Club is in a really good position.
Oh, and Reborn gets the opening kill again, this time on the opposite number, Bordano. That is so much damage from 7-piece gone, and Gerald Fan Club, I don't think they're even, 7-piece, I don't think they're even going to try to push past this right now. They're just going to back up and try and get their Junkrat back.
Try and get their Junkrat back, indeed. 7-piece has ultimates already flying out, hoping to maybe catch someone who's too far up from Gerald, but it seems they've been able to rotate. But ooh, look at that sneak attack from the back.
Yes, guy in the back gets a shatter, finds one, but not much follow-up is there, despite the theatrics, as Hayden is able to put 2 on their backs and force the Immortality field out to deal with it. And Sly goes down early again. Once again, the Baptiste going down early is just one of the worst things that can happen for 7-piece, but they're trying to sustain through this. Freya is charged up on the Symmetra, gets a couple of picks, but now Gerald Fan Club are going to sustain through this. They just got to deal with the Diva, and Beancan is just going to fly back.
I think that Gerald Fan Club is really smart in the way of how they pick off the members of 7-piece, because you've said losing that Baptiste so early is going to just allow the team to crumble, and Gerald Fan Club knows that, and they know to seek out Sly as soon as possible. Riptire coming in, getting destroyed though, so 7-piece has already taken a piece of offense off of Gerald Fan Club. Let's see what I did there. 7 taking up a piece.
Yeah, but you've also lost a member. You've lost another one. Sky goes down. No Reinhardt. That was the main person you needed to be tiptoeing on and off of the point if you're 7-piece. Now, you do have the biggest shield in the game in the form of the Photon Barrier, but I don't know if it's going to be enough here. Freya's all charged up. We need to see some massive play coming out of the Symmetric player. Still alive for the moment, but the Photon Barrier coming out from Gerald's Fan Club, I think, is going to put an end to it here. The Rip Tire for Reborn. Was that his second Rip Tire in that fight? Was that the second one? Because he put it in and it got broken. And you said that was a big piece of offense, but I guess when you build up Rip Tires in 30 seconds, that doesn't matter.
Almost as if the Rip Tire has been reborn.
Okay.
But the fact that it even happened like that just goes to show how important that piece of offense is to Gerald Fan Club, because I had mentioned at the beginning of the match, the faster you build up the ultimate, the better it's going to put your team in situation-wise. And the fact that Reborn was able to do that with the Junkrat as well, and Bordadino wasn't able to catch up, it shows that Gerald Fan Club is in the running to win this.
Yeah, Gerald Fan Club have come to play. They're now 1 round away from pulling out the upset against 7-piece. But they have to win that extra round, and the first teleport onto Night Market goes to 7-piece. That's huge for them. Now they get all of the space, but when Bordano goes in a little bit too far and gets taken down by Reborn, that doesn't matter as much. Can 7-piece hold on long enough to be able to get themselves at least a little bit of point percentage? That is the question right now. As the control point unlocks, but in that second, Gerald Fan Club comes flooding into the point, and it is not going to matter as they take first point control again.
I just am in awe of the sheer aggression that Gerald Fan Club has presented, because both of those teams being on the point seemed really even, but it's at the same time it seemed that Gerald Fan Club didn't even give 7-piece a chance. And in this engagement now, they're gonna try to use multiple angles to break through, especially because of the sim turrets they're set up by Gerald himself. But at this right now, it doesn't look like 7-piece knows exactly how they want to approach this.
Yeah, they're kind of being a little bit passive right now, but now they're gonna start pushing in. And Bordano actually gets an early pick there on to Gerald. That's a good start here. That's a lot of damage gone, but Lettuce taking down Frey in the pack, and now Reborn gets in on the party. And 7-piece, they're trying their very hardest, and a nice charge there from Sky. It gets 2, and I think that might be enough for 7-piece to take point control here. Reborn gonna try and get as much of part control as they can. The Sim Teleport is actually up here for Gerald Fan Club. It's gonna allow them to come back on the point really fast. I don't know if 7-piece has noticed it yet. No, the staggers from Gerald Fan Club are going to be so fast now because of that teleporter. It's going to allow them to come in. I think it finally got taken out, but now we have basically another fight here for Gerald Fan Club. And the longer this goes on, the more that percentage keeps ticking and ticking up for them. And now Gerald Fan Club, they might actually be coming out ahead here. And this is absolutely disastrous for 7-piece. They have almost 90% Gerald Fan Club. Chicken Nugget God on the Lucio in the back has finally, it seems, maybe been just enough as the Lucio gets the third tick, but 97% for Gerald Fan Club. It should have been much less.
That was a good fight, though, logistically for 7-piece, because I want to highlight Sky, because we talked about how Reborn was able to get 2 ultimates in one fight, and I saw that Sky, I feel, had to have gotten 2 shatters, because I swear I've seen it twice, and that really helped 7-piece solidify their position here. Hayden now, that's his turn for the shatter.
It's a massive one. It gets 5, and Sly goes down in response. Gerald Fan Club, the number 8 seed, coming into this game now on the precipice, but 7-piece might have something to say about it still. They've gotten themselves a couple of ticks, and they have the beat keeping them online. And the remake kill from Beancan to cap off a fight win here. Missy, she's going to try and do whatever she can here on this Lucio. It's still a scrappy back and forth kind of fight here, and Reborn's still alive. You can't be leaving Reborn alive. That's what I've learned from this game, but it looks like it's just going to go back to the rest of the team as Gerald Fan Club regroups.
7-piece, this is their moment. This is the time they need to take a breath, play smart, don't stagger, keep eyes, just every single strategic point I can offer they need to do, because they're at 65 right now, 97 for the other side. Essentially, every single fight they have is going to be last fight territory, because Gerald Fan Club essentially only needs 3 seconds to win if they regain control.
7-piece, their backs are against the wall, but they do have the ultimates to push through this if they want to. And here's the shatter from Sky. It finds Beancan in the back. The combo is perfect. 7-piece are going to hold on here. It's going to be staggering now for Gerald's Fan Club. Fast characters trying to get packed, Wrecking Ball, Tracer, anything that they can.
Whoa, look at 7-piece solidifying themselves on the point. You love to see it. Now, like you said, Gerald Fan Club begging to touch, hoping to get something out of this, but doesn't look like it's gonna happen for them.
Yeah, it's looking super unlikely. It's just desperate staggers here for Gerald Fan Club. They have no ultimates. They have no lives. No one is going to be able to touch, I don't think, unless the Moira has Fade. Turtle Shell does not. So that takes us to map 3, round 3. It does not get closer than this.
Man, I am so ready. I don't even know how to feel whoever wins, because if Gerald Fan Club wins, obviously it's going to be considered an upset. But if 7-piece wins, we're going to feel bad for Gerald, but at the same time, we're going to be like, well, we knew they were statistically better and they proved it. So either way, the win is going to be monumentous.
7-piece have gone to a new composition we haven't seen from them yet. It's a 6-man rush. So I've got to be keeping an eye out on Freya, on this Sombra, the hacks, the EMPs. That is what 7-piece is going to be playing around this entire time.
I like the differentiation, because it's probably going to catch Gerald Fan Club off guard, just like it had caught us off guard. But Gerald Fan Club is not even going to let them try to use it. That aggression from the TP already so prevalent.
Yeah, Freya tries to get a hack, does not get it, and Turtle Shell takes him down. So great start here from 7-piece. So Missy goes down in response, so no more speed boost here for Gerald Fan Club. They don't really get a way to initiate on the 7-piece as well as they want to. The point has been unlocked, and they're just going to keep playing around it, but Sky goes in just a little bit too far, and Gerald's going to take him down. It's going to, I think, be enough. Yes, Gerald will take first point control.
7-piece's composition, looking at it again, I find it pretty interesting, because Bordando on the Reaper, I don't see exactly who he could try to attack, other than maybe Lettuce, because Caden's always got the shield up, not to mention the peel from the team, and we already see Gerald with that aggression on the supports. So they might need to have some sort of shield to make sure that the backline doesn't get picked off.
Yeah, Sly has been getting picked off first a lot in this map, and you just have to protect Sly right now. Playing the Baptiste, playing the Moira in this case, you cannot lose your main source of healing so quickly.
That's going to be detrimental to your cause. And speaking of causes, look at Gerald Fan Club's 5 ultimates to use. Gotta be careful, though, not to use all of them at once, or else that might present an advantage for 7-piece next fight.
Yeah, so many ultimates now being blown out from both sides here. The Blizzard's going to keep 7-piece off of the point for the moment, but now they're going to be able to push back in here with the beat and the shatter from Hayden. It's found 4. Once again, Gerald's fan club sort of stopped in their tracks here, but Hayden is just all over the place right now. Is hacked, and the bomb, the EMP bomb play from 7-piece is going to be enough. Gerald's fan club, their ultimates were exhausted, and 7-piece's ultimates could not have come online at a better time.
I wonder if we're gonna see a repeat of map 2 where it looked like Gerald fan club was gonna win it easily. 7-piece comes back, almost essentially ties it up, maybe even wins, who knows. Ultimate wise, 7-piece is going to be in the advantage. We've got the Death Blossom able to drop. Fan club doesn't have the beat to counter it.
No, they don't. As now Gerald fan club, once again, they found themselves within one fight of being able to take this series over 7-piece. The question is, can they bring it over the finish line? You're looking at a shatter from Hayden, you're looking at also a blizzard from Reborn, but you've got to deal with the coalescence now. You're going to toss in the blizzard, and it has frozen up. The primal raging Winston, and Sky gets shattered. There's nothing that you can do there, but poor Dano in the back has found 2. A beautiful Death Blossom flank play from the Reaper, and it might be enough for 7-piece to be able to take this fight, but oh man, that point just got so close to flipping in favor. What a pin from Hayden. You don't get a connection, but gotta love the play there, as it looks like 7-piece have been able to come back in and get the fight win here. Reborn trying to fight this, has actually found 2 before going down, and this could be big for Gerald's fan club now. You are fighting a broken team, but you are more broken at this point. You just have 1 or 2 players left alive, and you're gonna have to regroup once again. This is probably the last fight here.
Closer and closer to the end. And it's going to be really, really, really interesting to see who wins this one, because look at these 2 sides. We've got a lot of great things Gerald fan club can use here, defensive and offensive. 7-piece also more so on the offensive side, which might be a cause for Gerald fan club to take for their advantage. Already we have the bombs coming out from both sides.
Yeah, the bombs come out from both sides, and 7-piece is better. It takes down Gerald, and now the kill feed is flooding red. Gerald's fan club, they were so close. They played so hard. They wanted it so much, but in the end, 7-piece are going to be able to pull out the victory and get themselves to that all-important 3-3. They are still in play for a top 4 slot.
Oh my gosh, that was so even. The literal perfect split. Think about it. Map 1, entirely Gerald fan club sided. Map 2, part 1, entirely Gerald fan club sided. Map 2, part 2, and map 3, 7-piece. The symmetry is just chef's kiss.
It was such a good game. Hey, Jimmy, you back? You got some stuff to say? Because, man, there's a lot to talk about here.
What a match! What a match! It really looked like Joe fan club had it in the bag there at the end, but then 7-piece they rally together and they take home the dub here in a very, very close game. And as you said, they move on to 3-3, and it's really all in their hands now. They can, if they win their next match against Nitemare, then they are a surefire candidate for top 4 slots, which again, just to mention again for those who don't know, top 4 is really important this season for B-League, because that means you get to choose your opponents for the first playoff round. You don't have to get picked by anyone, so you can kind of choose your own or forge your own destiny. So this match was really, really important for them. On the other side, Gerald fan club, it was a good showing from them, but sadly they couldn't close it out. So they are now at 1-5, and I believe, if my math is not wrong, that means they are not. They don't have a chance at getting top 4 anymore. So they're kind of just playing for the seeding now for next week. Again, whenever the team is missing their players, whenever their team is missing their core players, they look the best. So I don't know what does that say about Gerald fan club. I don't know. They're probably like the strangest team I've ever seen in Overwatch, but they're fun to watch for sure.
I think the less serious, they're the kind of team that, like, the less seriously they take it, the better it is for them. Maybe just Just trying to just putting new people in at main tank, having some fun with it. That might have just been when they had the most value there.
Yeah.
I'm excited
Is
to
there-
see
is
them
there
in the
any-
future. Because like you mentioned, that's how they're playing with some of their roster missing. Imagine how they're going to be with their full roster. Even if they don't get into anything this midseason, I still think that in the second half of the season, they're going to definitely become a contender.
Yeah, and shout out to Hayden, who was in a very unusual role. He's normally a flex DPS or a projectile DPS, and he was playing the Reinhardt, and he held his own. So it was a good showing from him. But yeah, we need a winner here, so it is 7-piece this time. Is there anyone else you guys want to point out as like a standout player? I would say Sky on the Ryan definitely had some really good shadows, especially here on Lijiang, which won his team the map.
I mean, I've got to go on to the other team here. Gerald Fan Club, they might not get a top 4 team, but man, if you're in that top 4, you're looking at the bottom of the standings, you're like, this is still a really scary team to go up against. Reborn, my guy, was popping off the entire game. That is a very scary player on that could really just take over any match is what I got from that matchup. So super excited to see where this team goes.
Yeah, and speaking of all these teams going and coming, we have got 7-piece here for an interview. Hello, everybody. Congratulations on that hard-fought win. How do you feel?
I'm very tired.
It feels pretty great. Caffeine amp was worth it.
No, yeah, I feel great.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that was a close game. I mean, and this one, as we said already, is super important for you guys because now you have a real shot of making it into the top 4 with only one game remaining. So my question would be, what's your goals going into this last game? What's your goals for playoffs? And how far do you think?
Win.
I think if we get our shit together, we can win. There hasn't been a team we've played or scrimmed where like it was that far off. I believe.
I'm just happy we just never gave up, man. Like, to the last fight, man, it was super, super tight. Could have honestly went either way. And I'm happy, man. I'm happy. I don't know.
We had a good rally from a mental booming. It was nice.
Yeah, let's talk about
Brought
that
it
for
back.
a second real quick, because, you lose first map, you get sort of shut out a little bit on Rialto. Second map, you don't get to point C, and it's looking really good for Gerald's Fan Club at that point. But you guys managed to turn it around. So what happened during that little like
one fight at a time, baby?
Gonna give some major credit to Bordando, our DPS, just calling for a full comp swap.
Yeah.
Just it wasn't
Listening
working.
to
He was like,
MFG.
we need to make a change.
True.
I'm pretty sure everyone agreed on that we needed to
Yes.
pop off that comp.
Yeah, it worked out really well
I'm
for you.
cursed on Rialto. I'm just
Got us
happy
back in a
we won
groove.
that, man.
Yeah. I just sat there and shot people up behind a shield, so felt good. Fun game.
So next week, you're gonna go up against Nitemare for your last game. You're both 3-3 going into this match, so it will be super important for both teams because you're kind of deciding who gets to pick a team and who will get picked for playoffs. Because it's pretty much for like that top 4 slot. So, do you have any fighting words for your opponent next week? Anything you wanna tell him beforehand? Maybe to get him scared.
Be nice.
Be ready.
Burns is on Nightmare, right?
Yes, he is.
Yeah, easy clap.
Easy clap.
Yeah, sorry. I'm
Be
just gonna
nice
go
to
shatter him.
Burns.
I'm gonna go solo shatter him.
Well, thank you guys very much for joining us. Once again, congratulations. Go on and celebrate with your teams and get ready for that next match. Those of you in chat, feel free to stick around. We've got one more match coming your way. Hayden's Overwatch team versus the Redwood Rockets.
Be right back.
BPL Season 3 is brought to you by John's Overwatch Coaching. Struggling to hit plat? Want some advice in your BPL scrims? Need an owl coach? Book a session with John at medify.gg/@John for a high-quality professional coaching session regardless of your skill level. He has excellent experience from XL2, Team Doge, and British Hurricane, but will still give you incredible advice at whatever rank you are. Support BPL's coaching partner today at medify.gg/@John.
I want to get down to the simplest possible nitty-gritty.
Might be some Wi-Fi.
We're back, everyone. Still joined here by MFG and Dividing. That was a great match, honestly. We got one more left here. We're joined here also by the Rob Nation in Twitch chat, as I can see here, obviously, because we have Robbie coming up here playing. It's Hayden's Overwatch team facing Redwood Rockets, who came into the season as this seemingly unstoppable team. They knocked it out of the park in their first 3 games, but now they're on a 2-game losing streak, and they have to go up against a very scary Hayden Overwatch team who had a really explosive showing last week. I think is the best way to describe it, with their new star player, the Gurgler, on off tank and DPS, dividing.
Gurglers on this team. Oh
yeah,
man,
that's why we got you for this match.
That is.
I was gonna mention it later, but we did have him in the interview last week, and he gave us a good showing. He gave us a water bottle chug, which I was not prepared for. So I'm trying to be unbiased here, but I kind of want to see them win again. So maybe we can see another one when we have an interview with him. But Dividing, what's your pred for this one? Do you think the Rockets can rebound tonight?
I mean, frankly, listen. I know guys on the Hayden Overwatch team more than Redwood Rockets going into this game. I know Robbie is a super hyped up main tank, went for like 300,000 in the draft to start. Canic B is like a 2-time League 0 champion. Gurgler is a League 0 legend. I've got to say I'm a little bit teeny bit biased for Hayden Overwatch team here, but Redwood Rockets have definitely shown themselves to be more than competent in their first 3 weeks. They just have to figure out how to rebound. As we head into our first map, this time is going to be Blizzard World, and we have lost MFG, Wi-Fi Sag, but
okay.
hopefully she will be back in a second.
Yeah, I'll step in for now until they're back. Yeah, I was gonna say Redwood. They're looking quite comfortable. I mean, they're currently number 3. But now that we had Atomic lose a match and Nitemare win their game, they actually have to. It's kind of a must-win situation for them if they want to keep their hopes up for top 4.
Yeah, like we've been talking about all day, the 3-3 mark is what you've got to hit, and this is Hayden Overwatch team. They have to hit it right here, right now, in order to get themselves in a good position. We're gonna go on that long Blizzard World flank, going all the way around to the back to try and get around that double shield of Hayden Overwatch team. Can Robbie and the Gurgler pivot in time? It looks like they will, as they get up to the high ground, but now they're taking a bunch of spam damage. Canic B already 60% and counting on that duplicate, getting so much spam damage over top with those sticky bombs, and has pushed Redwood Rockets down. But Greeny gets caught out there by Fish, and now that's going to be the go button here for Redwood Rockets. They're gonna just W in and run over Hayden Overwatch team. Canic actually is has taken down Trisky and is going to try and build on it with the Reinhardt pick. It gets the shatter down, but unfortunately gets taken out of the duplicate before he can land the pin. So I feel like
nice
Redwood
try.
Rockets.
A nice try there at the end. Maybe they're swapping. That's why they used it there at the end. For a moment, that almost looked like Red Team was defending because they were on that high ground and Blue Team was coming in from the choke. A very bizarre sight, but yeah, good first attack here from Redwood as they head into the second point.
Yeah, great first attack there from Redwood. Confusing the double shield comp, that's what you've got to do, and then you run him over just like that. The F-Matrix Fire Strike combo takes down Dux, and losing your Baptiste early is pretty much a death sentence already, so Hayden Overwatch team are going to continue to back up. Look at all the space that Redwood Rockets have right now.
I believe MFG is back, so MFG, if you want, you can take it over again. You're muted.
Currently muted, but we're getting right back into the fight, so that is okay. Little fly through here
okay,
from,
awesome.
From Gurgler. It gets Redwood Rockets off of the high ground. Hayden Overwatch team have the ability to sort of pick and choose their fight right now as the Shatter gets a couple, and Fungin goes down early, so you don't have that speed boost anymore from Redwood Rockets, but you are getting the picks, both Dong Heigler and Tim Week. Man, that was clean from Tim Week. That was pretty.
My Wi-Fi was trying to stop me from seeing that epic Tim Week play, but I refused to surrender. I do apologize for the scrappiness of my in-home internet, but I'm still here. Nonetheless, a little choppy, but it's okay. And you know who else is not being choppy, though? Redwood Rockets. They're looking clean. Look at that time bank. 5 minutes on point 3.
Yeah, this has been basically untouched so far. Hayden Overwatch team has had to swap over to a brawl of their own, and finding some success right now. Robbie goes in, finds Fungin, maybe gotten a little bit too aggressive with that sort of Reddit Lucio playstyle, and Redwood Rockets are just going to back up.
Things are now in favor of Hayden because Redwood Rockets still is having that card push, but Hayden's Overwatch team now coming out with the ults, making sure that they now are going to try to get the upper hand.
Yeah, they looks like they were going to, as the Gurgler was looking bad for Hayden's Overwatch team, but the double shield, that is a 4K for the Gurgler in this fight. A beautiful play there, the bomb, the cleanup, some great stuff. Hayden Overwatch team, they're gonna back up, see some space, but they continue to hold.
I still can't get over the fact that of this team's branding, the Hayden Overwatch team, because where I come from, we enjoy the real team it was inspired by. But dang, Greeny! Both supports down!
Yeah, this has been really great here from Hayden's Overwatch team. They've had these really quick fights that have been decided by one ultimate, which means their ult pool, even after 2 fight wins, is still in a pretty solid spot.
And you gotta hand it to them. Things were not looking good for them for these first 2 rounds. Redwood Rockets seem to just be soaring on through. And look at this unique rotation. They're gonna try and catch Hayden's Overwatch team off guard.
Yeah, the high noon there from Tim Week, but it is not quite enough there. Good job from Hayden's Overwatch team being able to kite around it, but you can't kite around that blizzard. It's going to be very difficult here for Robbie to be able to live, and yes, he is going to be taken down, but now the blizzard in response from Panic B is going to force Redwood Rockets away, and it takes down Frisky. So Redwood Rockets have lost their main source of healing, but they don't need that when Tim Week is on the Cassidy, just landing shot after shot. And as I say that, he misses a couple of shots, but it's okay because he did a lot in that fight regardless.
And so did everyone else in terms of ultimate economy. Look, Tim Week, not to mention, already got that Dead-Eye, but look at Tommy Trisky and Fungin all with their ultimates ready to use, already looking stellar because that beat getting dropped right now. Now Hayden's Overwatch team can't use any defensive ults, even though they try.
Trisky getting caught out there by the bomb is so brutal for Redwood Rockets. They used actually quite a few of their ultimates there, the bomb and the beat, and it doesn't matter.
It does not. Hayden's Overwatch team is really showing their strength now. And look at them. Dux is really close to a Matrix, which is really going to help them again in this next push. Redwood Rockets looking to try to gain the advantage once more with that unique rotation. But this time, Hayden's Overwatch team knows what to expect.
Yeah, the shadow from Robbie around the ice wall doesn't quite get enough, but Tim Week goes down early, and now they're going to use the power of that Amp Matrix to push through even further. Hayden's Overwatch team, this has been impressive now. We're about to be under 90 seconds here. Redwood Rockets had 5 minutes on the clock to push through to the end.
This is just a general theme that we've been seeing all evening, especially in the matches we've casted, where it seems so one-sided for the majority for one team, but then the second team is able to turn the tables in the last minute and look great.
Yeah, some beautiful stuff there, but Fish gets one past Robbie there. That's a 4-man shatter, and Hayden's Overwatch team are heading for the hills. A beautiful play from Fish there. It's been kind of quiet up to this point, but comes clutch for the team when it is needed, and now Redwood Rockets are pushing towards the end of this map. Hayden's Overwatch team, they gotta hurry to try and get back in time, try and get one more fight, and they've got to play into the end as well. That's so difficult. How did Tanaki slide that under Tommy Slad's back defense matrix? I will never know, but the Blizzard does go down, and it does a great job of stopping Redwood Rockets' momentum. And once again, the Gurgler with 2 kills plus a D-Max. That's the turning point there. And Hayden's Overwatch team, they hold it again.
At 0.02 meters nonetheless. And yeah, I definitely saw Tommy's Matrix come out, so that Blizzard was definitely questionable. But nonetheless, Hayden's Overwatch team are forcing this last fight for Redwood.
Yeah, this is last fight territory. Redwood has to hurry back. They have the Shatter and the Diva Bomb coming up very soon, but there's no Shatter when Fish is dead. Tommy Slat trying to do whatever he can, but the Amp Matrix does so much. Robbie gets a second Fire Strike kill through the Amp Matrix, and that's going to be enough. Hayden's Overwatch team, they pull off the defensive hold on point C. 5 minutes goes down to 0. Redwood Rockets can't bring it home.
You love to see it from Hayden because we were confused on how they were going to solve that problem of Redwood's steamrolly offense, and we figured that they couldn't do it, but then they turned the backs and just went. And I thought it was interesting too how Redwood decided to commit to the same rotation, hoping that they would just perfect it in one of these rounds and make Hayden pay. Whereas Hayden's Overwatch team is still able to stay resilient and never really fall back to the point where they didn't have enough respawns come in.
Yeah, some great stuff there from Hayden's Overwatch team at the end, but still a respectable push from Redwood Rockets, getting just barely not getting all the way through. Blizzard World is, of course, a very defensively favored map, especially at the end. Still a very solid chance for them to potentially hold this here.
I like these different compositions we're seeing. Hayden Overwatch team playing in composition, we've seen a lot today. But Redwood Rockets, we're seeing some not so common characters. Torbjorn, Brigitte. We have seen the Orisa Sig before, but not as common as the Rhine Diva.
Not quite as confident indeed, as we might be seeing kind of a role reversal here. Now it's Redwood Rockets that are on this sort of slow-moving double shield comp, and it's going to be Hayden's Overwatch team trying to flank around, confuse them, get themselves in good position to take a quick first point. But we're not going to be seeing the big flank around. I think Hayden's Overwatch team is very satisfied just taking the shorter route to the point here, as the aggression is going to pay dividends here. Redwood Rockets are going to fall back, cede the space, but it's at the cost of a lot of damage here to Robbie and Ducks, and he's going to get taken down by the burn, but is it too little too late? As the front line from Redwood Rockets gets down early, but Dong Waggler's turret gets a couple in response. But once again, I think the aggression from Hayden's Overwatch team is what's going to allow them to push through. Dong Waggler's going to do whatever he can. Gets actually another kill here on the Tanakby, tiptoeing on and off of the point, but finally gets taken down by Greeny. And Hayden's Overwatch team are able to match Redwood Rockets in their first point capture.
Redwood seemed to be really confident in their composition, whereas they thought that Don Waggler's turret was going to do the work. They thought that Tim wouldn't be contested on the top. I think they just didn't really expect, as you said, the aggression, but also just the ability to kill so quickly from a Hayden Overwatch team. Because any team can be aggressive and just go, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to find those crucial pickoffs.
Yeah, but Ducks going down early is going to be disastrous for Hayden Overwatch team, and they're going to go right back to spawn, and oh my gosh, seeing the ultimates for Redwood Rockets, and we're like, okay, they're gonna be able to use these ultimates and be able to get a couple of fights. They won that fight without using any of them, so they're gonna be coming up with like 6 ultimates here.
And that's gonna come up huge for them because they need to push this car. But Hayden Overwatch team also has a good amount of ults already being committed.
Oh, a nice little shield there from Tommy being able to block the bomb from the Gurgler. But Greeny on the side, the High Noon takes down the front line and gets a third on the Fungin. It does not matter if you have 6 ultimates online, if you have one shooty boy on the side of Hayden's Overwatch team. And they're going to keep pushing forward.
I guess it might be the new blood challenge, the new year, new me, but all these Cassidys today have been doing the work. Those flank noons have been proven deadly for the defensive teams. I love to see it because normally you would think that the high noon is supposed to be so easy to stop, but things like that can happen.
Shatter from Robbie is still big. It gets 3, and now they're going to push forward with the beat. The ultimates now finally come out from Redwood Rockets. Is it enough? Dong Wagler thinks it might be. The turret gets 2. We get the 3rd, and it was looking so good for Hayden's Overwatch team. But, you know, sometimes it's just press 2 to win.
Or press H to swap to Torb. Dong Wagler doing a lot of the work during that fight, both him physically and the turret. 3 minutes still on the clock for Hayden, not terrible. Now they got to figure out how to break the choke that the Redwood Rockets have now formed.
Yeah, it's so difficult. They're just hanging out on this high ground, and Hayden's Overwatch team now has to go through so much space where they could potentially get spammed out. So this is some smart pathing from them, going through the center console to be able to get right back onto the point and get themselves in an advantageous position here. But Tim Week might have something to say about it. The Bob gets Majestic up in the air and gets taken down. But on the point, it seems like the aggression from Hayden's Overwatch team has paid off here. Some good tries here from Redwood Rockets, but Hayden's Overwatch team, they take point B. Only a minute slower than Redwood up to this point.
Poor Tim, he was trying to reload and got punched. But they do have similar time banks, which is something that it's really good to see because whoever wins this map, we automatically know that the next map we go to is definitely not going to be one-sided because both teams have shown their capabilities of just going and taking these points relatively quickly in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, it has been swinging back and forth, the momentum, and oh man, the Gurgler really thread the needle there. They get the line of sight on the Trisky, and the support line from Redwood Rockets has been destroyed. There's no healing right now for them, and they're going to be feeling the effects of that very soon. And Tim Week has been caught in the back here. I don't know how much you expected to get done there on the Cassidy. You've had some great plays, but when you're back there, you just can't get out. And Robbie, that is a beautiful shatter to potentially bring this home here for Hayden's Overwatch team. All of a sudden, so much space has been given up. So many members of Redwood Rockets are back in spawn. And Hayden's Overwatch team 2-1. And that is going to do it. They are able to push forward and give themselves the first map of this series.
Panic B there also got beautiful kills with that Blizzard finding 2 to accompany that beautiful shatter by Roby. Hayden Overwatch team looking great right now. Redwood Rockets, though, I don't think they're necessarily out of fuel. Because don't forget that for a while there, we thought that the map was going to go to them in the beginning. I may have missed it, but I've definitely heard about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Redwood Rockets, they had a lot of momentum going for them at the start of that map, but it sort of petered out there on point C, and Hayden's Overwatch team, they were definitely able to top them in that case. Where Redwood Rockets kind of sort of lost their steam, Hayden's Overwatch team, they just kept trucking along.
Trucking they did, and going into Rialto, which is going to be our second map, do you think that Redwood Rockets are going to try anything specifically different, or are they going to try to go the route of, ooh, let's try this composition one more time?
I mean, I think we've seen Double Shield get a lot of value on Rialto. We saw it in our last match, and we saw both teams play Double Shield, where it's kind of considered advantageous on first point Blizzard World defense. So I think it's very possible we're going to be seeing some more Double Shield versus Brawl Rush action. It's also very likely that we could just be seeing something else completely new. I wouldn't be shocked to see Pharahs or Echoes flying around.
Yeah, we saw that on Rialto last time too, those flying characters specifically. We know the first point, even the second point if you really want to. And it's always nice to see us switching compositions, like I said, keeping things fresh. But if there is a team and they really feel confident that the composition they used on one map can easily transfer to the other, then by all means, go ahead. So depending on what they feel, that's what we're going to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And I asked you this in our first series, but of course, if you're in the sort of Redwood Rockets call right now, what are your suggestions to them? What do you want them to change to try and get ourselves to our third map once again today? I'd love to cast another 3-map series.
Definitely, me too. I would say to them, not necessarily exactly what I said to 7-piece, because it wasn't entirely one-sided like we had seen before. So I would say keep some of it, what you're good at. Like, we definitely saw, like, so many good plays individually. Maybe I would say either work on kind of more of the team cohesion, or maybe do, like, a swap or two to complement the map. But I wouldn't say anything too drastic in terms of swapping.
Yeah, I mean, Redwood Rockets have definitely seemed in it. They had the ability to hang with Hayden's Overwatch team clearly through that first little part of their attack. It's just a matter of being able to turn that into a full map. You know, you couldn't keep it for the full attack, and then you sort of fell apart a little bit on defense. I want to see that kind of level of play the entire time as we head to Rio.
Here we go.
No, this is not weak, Gerald. Thank you. Hey, Recurve, what are you saying? Yay. I made that thing. Don't say that.
Hey, Recurve, how you doing?
Bad, Recurve. I see you in chat. Bad.
So we see a mix of both here coming out looking at the compositions. We see what you said. We see the flying characters, and we see that double shield, and we also see the Roadhog coming out as well. And Redwood Rockets are essentially doing what I said, like, they are keeping some things and taking out others. More importantly, it looks like Tim Week is not even here anymore.
Yeah, that's actually kind of surprising. That means you're putting a lot of faith in the Rocky Ducky here. Maybe a bit of a longer range DPS specialist for coming in. It seems like we've had our overlay swap, so that's gonna be a little confusing. But it is gonna be Hayden's Overwatch team starting off at versus. Thank you very much for the quick fix there. Hayden's Overwatch team, we see, like we said, that sort of clash of styles here, the brawl versus the double shield, as Hayden's Overwatch team has a nice wall there from Canopy to allow them safe passage underneath them as they're gonna try and push up.
I appreciate the setup, though, that Redwood did there on the top, because I know you mentioned last time we casted Rialto that as soon as they drop and lose the top, things aren't going to go well, which is essentially what's happening right now. Hayden Overwatch team has forced them off of that position. But I admire the fact that it doesn't look like they're lost yet. They're backing up, making sure that they're going to try to survive. It may not look like it right now, especially because the Brigida falls first, but I still appreciate the effort. And look! Hey, it's paying off!
Yeah, bend but don't break. That is the mantra of these competitions, and Redwood Rockets are doing a great job of it so far. Losing Fungin early does suck, as Fungin is not going to be particularly fast to get back into the fight, but Hayden's Overwatch team went a little bit too far, a little bit too fast, took too much damage as they tried to close the distance. So that's exactly the kind of fights that you want to see out of Redwood.
Redwood better repeat that again, because judging by the just overall composition, Hayden's Overwatch team is going to try that again, albeit from different angles. But they're rush, and that's just what they're going to play. It's what to expect. But sometimes expecting the expected can go in their favor if they play it correctly.
And yet Matrix on both sides come out. Hayden's Overwatch team punching back the spawn again. Poor guy spent more time in spawn than on the field so far. But Robbie, same could be said for him. He's been kind of been getting taken out very early in these fights as he tries to close the distance on the Redwood Rockets, and the Blizzard coming out is not going to do a ton for Panic B unless the Gurgler has anything to say about it. Takes down 2, but I don't think it's going to be enough here. Hayden Overwatch team, they want to keep fighting as Robbie is back now, so you have a shield back in the fight. You have the aggression available to you, especially with the high noon coming out from Greeny. The rally from Fungin comes out on the other side, though. It's going to keep everyone topped up with armor on the side of Redwood Rockets. And now they've held up for long enough. The Gravitic Flux comes out, and the beat is not enough to save Panic B. Robbie gets a shatter in the back, but the call-up is not there. And it looks like Redwood Rockets, they've done enough to hold on.
Redwood's combo usage has been awesome. In the beginning of that fight, I saw Fish and Dong Waggler combo where Dong Waggler copied the Rhine. Fish pulled people in for him to shatter. And then just overall more synergy to make sure that the ultimates cast out by Hayden's Overwatch team don't get any value. And look, they have no shatter, they have no beat, they have no bomb, they have no noon. Others are coming up for them, though, but looking at Redwood Rockets, they definitely have more at their disposal.
Yeah, it is looking grim right now for Hayden's Overwatch team. They've got to pull off something big here as they sort of swap the map here and use the Amp Matrix. This is a good position. Ooh, Panic B got very close to going down there, but luckily the Ice Block comes out just in time. But Robbie doesn't have an ability like that. It's going to go down early, and here comes Attack Visor from Rocky Ducky. Takes down 2, gets most of, I think, the damage there onto Majestic, and now Hayden's Overwatch team, 15 seconds on the clock. They've got to hurry now.
There's a little backfight over here. The Diva versus the Soldier. I wonder if the Redwood Rockets can get that great Smuggler on the Gurgler. Looks like that is what's going to be the case.
Yeah, overtime gets triggered though, so there is still a shot, especially with the Blizzard coming out. It is good from Panic B. A couple members of Redwood Rockets are frozen up, but is there enough damage to do anything about it? Greeny's able to get the kill onto Tommy Slatin. Gets actually a second. The Cassidy player from Hayden's Overwatch team does some. It is not enough, and it is a full hold from Redwood Rockets.
See, take this as a lesson. Always listen to MFG, because we saw exactly what I predicted. Redwood Rockets changing some things, keeping some others, kind of having that more well-rounded synergy with the combo work, and they managed to full hold Hayden's Overwatch team. That's what you need to do. That sign of adaptability signifies, at least to me, what a good team is.
Yeah, absolutely. Redwood Rockets are coming back after what was a pretty rough first map on Blizzard World. Put themselves in a very good position to send us to another map 3 today. That would be 3 of our 4 matches today going to map 3 if Redwood Rockets were able to take it home. That would be super exciting. And this goes to show how close this B-League is.
I love B-League. It's normally so underrated because they don't think that the teams are quote-unquote as good enough as the ones in A-League just because it's secondary. But I feel like there's way more action and funny, goofy plays like the one we're seeing right now in B-League, which is always just such a joy to cast.
Yeah, Hayden's Overwatch team is going to be going for a close hold here, trying to get themselves as many fights as they can out of this defense. It is a risky strategy here. If you lose early, you're going to give so much momentum to Redwood. But here we go. The close hold comes out, and Redwood Rockets drop down to face it. And Bunny goes down early. So great start here for Hayden's Overwatch team. But they are not able to win the fight cleanly. Greeny goes down, and that is most of your damage. Hayden's Overwatch team, they're going to hold on to this point for as long as they can, but it's going to take Greeny forever to get back into this fight the way they're positioned, so it's just a matter of time.
I appreciate Hayden's Overwatch team's commitment to this close hold, because you said it's risky, but they want to go in and they feel confident enough to survive, and it looks like that's what they're doing right now, even as the second attempt from Redwood to break it.
Yeah, Redwood are going to be able to break through here at the very end of this second fight. Greeny just lonely, like, hey guys, I'm back. Oh, everyone's dead. And uh-oh, this actually might be bad now if they're able to get the second pick off, as we get calls for pauses. But Hayden Overwatch team were able to get about a minute off of the clock, so I wouldn't say that the close hold got them nothing. But now Redwood Rockets are able to get the cart moving. They have the momentum. They have some ultimates coming up as well. So it's still a tall order to pull off the fuller hold here.
I feel like they would have had to expect this Hayden's Overwatch team because realistically, it's super, super hard to hold that place successfully just because of the sheer spawn advantage that the attackers have. So they better have a plan to come out and fight this second one. As we get out of this pause, we might have who knows. But
yeah, I'm trying
in the
to,
meantime,
I'm trying to see the current set. Okay, there we go. Finally finished loading. Yeah, so great on Solomon giving us a bit of a status update on where people are for ultimates right now, because I can't see it in the game. So Redwood has Shatter up. Oh, we're unpaused, so I can just do it from here. Redwood and Robbie are both gonna have Shatter up here. And oh, you found Greenie. That's so huge. That stagger is going to force Hayden's Overwatch team to wait even longer, give us precious meters before they can get back into this fight.
They might have to go without him because look at how close they're coming, and I don't think they can afford to just have such a close fight. They gotta get out there, but they also have to be careful for the advancements coming from Redwood because look at their ultimate pool. If Dongwaggler gets that Blizzard off, it could be game.
Yeah, but the fish goes down early with the Shatter to boot, so beautiful first pick there coming out from Hayden's Overwatch team, but now Redwood Rockets, they still want to fight this. They have the Blizzard, they have the Ant Matrix, they have the damage. Both Diva Bombs get one, but I don't know if it's going to be enough from the Gurgler. It's just a DPS remaining, and Dongwaggler comes up huge at the end, gets a double kill, and well, both Reinhardts are going to go ahead and take a quick nap there, as it is enough to force Ralphie off of the point. And Redwood Rockets, they take map 2. We're going to map 3 again.
That's a funny way to get knocked off the point. Just a Shatter done. Not even anything. Just sheer coincidence. But I am excited to go to a map 3. We love map 3s. It's just so... I love Redwood now. They listen to me. They're doing what they're supposed to. Now it is going to come down to Busan. Interesting.
Yes. Very interesting indeed, because I think it opens up for a lot of things we haven't seen yet. Busan, we see a lot of snipers come out on downtown. There's that sort of snipers perch that a Widowmaker or an Ashe can get on top of and be pretty much undisturbed. That could be very appealing to the DPS players of both of these teams. We also have Shrine, which is just one of the most open maps in the entire game. So we see a lot of dive, we see a lot of wrecking ball compositions. So I think there's a very good shot. We see some comps that we haven't seen yet.
I hope we do, because it's just fun to see how many of these different compositions each team can play, because the ones that can do well on more are just generally more well-rounded and more seeded to succeed. So I am very much looking forward to who is going to get that finish. I don't know if I ever did an official pred, but I know my statistics didn't fail me on 7-piece versus Gerald, so looking at the stats, I'm going to go for Redwood here.
Yeah, I mean, Redwood definitely came out strong in this one. I gotta say, very impressed after what was sort of a disappointing finish from them on Blizzard World. They definitely proved why they're often viewed as one of the strongest. I think they're somewhere within the top 3 of BPL right now. Trying to figure out if I can find... I'm probably right. Yeah,
there you
hey,
go.
thank
Top
you.
3.
Thanks, production. Yes, they do find themselves in the top 3 right now. That map differential is so big for them. That 6-0 start absolutely helped them out so much. Actually, what I'm getting from this is that they started out 6-0 and then they lost their next 2, but both of those 2 were 3-map series. So, gonna be very interesting to see if Redwood Rockets can break the streak here, or if this is going to be another 3rd map loss. Is Control just the kryptonite for this team?
We will have to see. Right now it is all ambiguity, but I love these logos. We're getting a little preview of those while the map is up, but here we go. beautiful Busan Mecha Base is going to be our first map of the day.
Yes, we're going to be starting off here on Mecha Base, so we're going to be seeing more Reinhardts coming out from Fish and Robbie. I'd be very interested to see if Tommy's going to stay on this Zarya, though. Does not.
Dimwick's back, though.
The second I say it, woo! Maywall go spin. That's
good
fun.
Good to see Tim again on the sim. Tim on the sim.
Heck yeah.
Maybe it's an omen.
Yeah. We're seeing Symmetra versus Cassidy coming out from both sides right now. Very similar to what we saw last match. As now both teams using their Lucio speed boost to get up onto that center high ground very quickly. And an early immortality field both force out from both teams, but Tim, the Symmetra turrets come out big and Dux goes down. And the Baptiste, said it before, I'll say it again, you lose your Baptiste first, you're going to lose these fights. So first point control is going to go over the Redwood.
Redwood is definitely playing the smarter composition here, because if you notice, as soon as Dongwaggler has managed to freeze or trap someone, Tim can just melt them down with that sim beam of his, not to mention the turrets. Hayden's Overwatch team looks identical except for that Cassidy, which may be the reason for the downfall, but yet, looks like they're proving me wrong.
Yeah, the Gurgler in the back has found two already to open things up. The Antmakers was committed from Redwood to try and hold on to this. It's enough to take down Robbie, but not going to get much else out of it. So a quick retake here from the Hayden Overwatch team. And as soon as they deal with Fish here, there it is. They should be able to flip the point over in their favor. About 37% for Redwood.
Looking at the ultimates coming soon in the next fight, both of them seem pretty balanced in terms of where they are. Already, Redwood Rockets has the Mei to work with. Hayden Overwatch team has the Mei as well, accompanied by a Diva Bomb, possible combo sighting there. But first, Redwood Rockets is going to have to figure out a way to incite those ultimate usages.
The shatter from Fish gets blocked by Robbie and gets taken out early, and Gurgler eats the Blizzard. Beautiful job from the tank line of Hayden's Overwatch team. Gurgler, hungry, thirsty, whatever you want to call it.
I can't take it seriously. I'm sorry, the Gurgler eating the Blizzard. I love it.
Gurgler the goat. Hayden's Overwatch team, they force out the ultimates from Redwood with barely using any of their own.
That is very good for them. That's going to put them in the best position possible, because if they stagger out their ultimate usages in the correct way, they could take this all the way into the 90s.
Yeah, they could absolutely. And now the ultimates, the Blizzard, the bomb, it is big. Hayden's Overwatch team are putting their feet down here on Mecha Base. It is beautiful play from them. And now we're at 70% counting.
The Gurgler got a lot of stuff done there, that his name popping up on the kill feed constantly. Looking like it's going to be last fight territory soon. Redwood doesn't have anything yet.
Get blocked by your own Maywall. I'm sorry. That's so unfortunate for Robbie. Bit of miscommunication between him and Tanic B, but Fish does go down early regardless, so it might not matter at the end of the day, as now we're getting up to 99%. Tim Week has to get something big out of this high noon. It does get Majestic, but is it enough? Greeny trying to push things over to the other side, gets a 3K, is still kind of hanging around here, but it will be Fish and Trisky able to bring things back, but it's 99% for Redwood. I mean, sorry, for Hayden.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. It's the flip. It's the drive. It's the power. It's just all around amazing. Redwood now, they still seem to be at the disadvantage just looking at where things are in terms of Greeny now already releasing the ultimate, though. It doesn't look like it's going to get too much value. Good thing, though, for Redwood. But the fight is going to be coming down to them, as you already see Roby's great charm.
The The wall is amazing. It cuts off the line of sight, but Gurgler! It might have just been enough. I will say it with pride because this guy has been popping off. The bombs have been amazing. And it's going to be enough. Hayden's Overwatch team, they flipped the point back into their favor. And the charge from Robbie takes Fish out. It's just the stragglers from Redwood. And they are going to continue getting those picks. There's no chance here from Redwood. I mean, Timweek could potentially get something out of this high noon, but the Gurgler again gets the body block. And now I'm just saying it to say it at this point. Gurgler gets taken out, but it is finally Fish and Fungin aren't able to get onto the point in time. Redwood Rockets give up map 1. Hayden's Overwatch team, 1 map away from winning.
Man, I'm smiling right now. You guys don't even see the camera. Not okay. In all seriousness, no. The Gurglers did so much there, both in doing the body blocks, both in doing the eating, both in doing the killing. Like all around, a powerful machine. Redwood's getting a little scared now. And look at this composition. This is the 6-man we've seen on Lijiang.
Yeah, both teams are going to be playing it here. These comps are so incredibly fast, and it depends so much on the Sombra being able to get impactful hacks, and that's going to be what both teams are going to be looking for to really get there engaged. So Greeny and Dongwaggler are the key players here as they meet in the center room right now. I'm not sure which Sombra got the hack on that center health pack, but that is going to be big as Robbie gets the first pick onto Fish. The main initiator for Redwood is out of the fight early, and that is going to be enough for Hayden's Overwatch team. They're going to push in, push through, get that first fight win, get first control.
That's what you want to do if you're Hayden's Overwatch team. You've already got the map 1. All you need to do is just solidify your stance, map 2, breeze through, win it all. Redwood Rockets definitely have a lot more pressure on them because they need to keep this going for 2 more maps in order to try to steal this away. But I still have faith. You see that they're trying to do their rotations yet again, trying to catch Hayden's Overwatch team off guard.
Yeah, but is it going to be enough? They seemed ready for the rotation, and Tommy has been taken out early, and now Tanik's going to finish him off with the Death Blossom. The Coalescence comes out from the other side, though. Tristy keeping her team all healed up, and it might be enough. Gurgler around in the back looking for a potential sneaky remech kill, but not going to happen. Fungin is able to back away just enough, just in time. So it's just kind of a stagger game right now for Hayden's Overwatch team. They're going to try and push in, try and get as much percentage as possible out of this. Actually, they're going to push in on this. Greeny with a big EMP. It finds 5 and manages to get Dongwaggler with it. So Hayden's Overwatch team, this isn't a stagger fight. They want to actually try and take this back, but it might not be enough here. The Death Blossom comes out from Tim. It's going to give Redwood Rockets the damage that they need, but 64% before the flip comes through.
I give credit to Redwood for flipping that back because that definitely looked like the Gurgler had done a successful stall and that Hayden's Overwatch team was going to be able to come back. And regardless of percentage, Redwood Rockets has now put themselves in an ideal position. Look, they have a lot of things on the table. Dongwaggler can stop their pursuit with that EMP. There you go. Finds a 5-man big bomb to follow it up.
Yeah, beautiful play there from Redwood Rockets. The EMP bomb combo was textbook.
Textbook and beautiful. Finding 5, not 3, not 4. Wrapping it up in a nice little bow. Instead of a used textbook, it's a clean, fresh, new one from your store.
Yeah, and you managed to get, with just those 2 ultimates means that you can save both of your support ultimates for this next fight. You also have the Primal from Fish that can really knock some members of Hayden's Overwatch team around. And Majestic, the beat comes out early. Hayden's Overwatch team are really going to try and push in on this. They find Fish with it, but now here come the support ultimates on the side of Redwood. Will it be enough to sustain them without their main tank? I don't know, as Timweek now goes in a little bit too far, gets taken down. Hayden's Overwatch team, they are able to get the aggression necessary with just the beat. That's so important because now look at all the ultimates available for them.
It's funny because Redwood Rockets are on funny number percentage, but Tim Week has the Death Blossom coming up, and Majestic doesn't have a beat, but the EMP finds 3, so we're gonna have to have another stall here.
And the EMP Blossom now comes out for Hayden's Overwatch team, and it finds the value necessary, and the stagger on the Tommy is so big. It's so big. He's not going to be able to get back on the fight in time, so it's going to be up to Fungin. He doesn't touch. It's now going to be up to Tim to try and get something done. He doesn't get anything with the Death Blossom. Redwood Rockets trying to throw anything they can out the back, and the Gurgler's going to send it off. Hayden's Overwatch team with some beautiful play there on Busan. They're going to take the series and take us to a 3-3 record. Redwood Rockets also at 3-3. How many teams are at 3-3 after this week? This is such a logjam at the middle of the pack in the B League.
You love to see it. It's the theme of symmetry today. Like, now they're both 3-3. Like, I'm living for it. I'm living for it. Plus, not to mention Redwood Rockets lost on the funny number, but we'll keep it PG. But I thought this was still an exciting match. I was glad to have witnessed that.
It was an incredibly exciting match to give Hayden's Overwatch team the chance that they needed to give themselves a shot, to give themselves a good shot at that top 4 matchup. Okay, let me go through the list here. Redwood
Yeah,
Rockets,
I was gonna say let's.
Hayden's Overwatch team, Goliath, 7-Piece, and Nitemare, all at 3-3, heading into the final week of matches.
Look at our
That's
standings.
insane.
It's actually insane. Like, this is such a close season. Like, even Gerald Fan Club, who are sitting at 1-5, I feel like they're a solid team. So I'm just really excited for playoffs because I feel like it's anyone's game here. But yeah, it's just crazy. We have so many 3-3 teams actually. Like, this has been such a competitive season. But dividing, I guess you got your wish. Another 3-map series. This is definitely a great match.
All those threes. Insane.
I think both teams can go out of this one feeling pretty good about themselves. Obviously, Hayden Overwatch team, they feel better right now than Redwood Rockets, but it was a good showing from both of them. Is there anyone you guys want to like point out as like a standout player? Obviously, we had the Gurgler with some clutch plays there on Sig and Diva in this match.
Yeah, I know we definitely mentioned the Gurgler a lot, but looking on the side of Redwood Rockets, I want to talk about Tim Week because
oh yeah,
we love to see it. Tim Week, a veteran of the BPL, always showing off, depending on if it's a win or loss. I think that he definitely has the capabilities to take Redwood Rockets to the next level, and I'm excited to see what he's going to pull out because he is also both tank and DPS, so kudos to him, but again, kudos to the actual winners of the day, Hayden's Overwatch team.
Yeah, absolutely. Just mentioning, I was gonna bring up Tim Week if they would have won, but now that you mentioned him, I do have to say that like when we talk about DPS players in this season, people always say like Dragon Watch, they say Hammer Down, but I feel like people sleep on Tim Week because every time I see him, he's just popping off like on the Cassidy on Blizzard World. He had some insane flicks. Definitely a player to look out for if you go up against this team next week, which I believe will be Gerald Fan Club. So it's going to be a tough one for them. And again, it's really anyone's game here in B League. We still have so many teams that can fight for this top 4 spot next week. So definitely a good day for if you like suspense, I guess.
Yeah, we have 4 slots in the top 4, obviously, and going into the last week, 7 of the 8 teams are in contention for it. Any one of them, I think, the math is there that any one of them could make top 4 and any one of them could drop out, which I think is insane.
Well, speaking of top 4, we have got interviews with the people who have secured their spot within. Hello and welcome. Congratulations on your win, guys. You feeling?
Yeah, I was good. Good win.
Yeah, it was definitely insane.
Yeah, you guys are definitely on a roll right now. 2 wins in a row. Great plays from everyone on the team. And, with this win, it's now in your hands next week to get a potential top 4 spot in our rankings. I was just going to ask, like, how's the team environment like these days?
I'd say we're all pretty, motivated. We lost to Gerald Fan Club. That was a bit of a downer. But, I'm pretty proud of the team. We're coming together. We're like, okay, we lost to a weird team, but it's okay. We know we're better than this. And we just have a really good mindset, like going forward.
Yeah. Yeah, everyone seems to really blend well with each other. Like, I know in the first couple weeks they didn't really come together, but I think that, especially in scrims, we're showing to be like one of the top teams. Like maybe top 2. We are absolutely owning everyone in scrims, and it's all because we work really well with each other.
Hey, that is awesome. It's super good to see y'all come out with that success. Of course, you did end up losing a match there on Rialto. I'm going to ask a very similar question that I asked 7 Piece earlier. After getting full held on Rialto, what was it like in that? What was it like in that comms room? How would you get yourselves back on track for Busan?
Well, I think it honestly wasn't that bad, because most of the team, we knew what happened. We were like, damn, we just got afraid of a team that we know we can beat. So we stopped being afraid and we won. So
simple. Don't be scared.
Yeah,
we knew we could win. Happy.
We knew we could win because Blizzard World just showed us that we were just better at Rush, and we were just kind of playing really passive on Rialto. And once we got into Mecha Base, we just got reminded, like, oh, we're just better than this team.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess my final question would be, you're facing Atomic next week, which will be a super important game, like we said. You really have it in your hand to climb up the rankings here in your last couple of games. I kind of asked the same question to 7 Piece earlier, but just for you as well. Do you have any words to your opponent next week? Because we saw them slip up earlier against Heartbreakers.
Well, Atomic, they're a really good team. Obviously, they're coached well. So it's really just on us to go in and walk all over them next week, hopefully. But I think it'll be a good game.
Yeah,
it'll fun walking then. I wish you guys luck, and as you do mention, like getting ready for the next week, as we look at the standings with one more game to play, this is what it's gonna be like for our last round before playoffs.
Yeah, so first of all, thanks Robbie and Greenie. Well played from you guys, and excited to see you guys again next week.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, as you mentioned already, MFG, we can take a look at the standings again. As we mentioned multiple times already, it's so close if you just look at it, like so many 3 and 3 teams.
It's insane.
Yeah.
Anyone, I'm pretty sure the math is there that, outside of Gerald's fan club, who are dangerous in their own right, anyone in here can make it the top 4, anyone in here can fall out of top 4.
Yeah, even Nitemare still have a chance, technically. They need some outside help, but I mean, we saw today that anything can happen really here in B League. Yeah, we can look at our games for next week, just so you can see who's up against who. Nitemare, who I just mentioned, they're gonna go up against. This is this week, I think. No, is it next week? Yeah, it is. Okay.
Yeah, it's next week.
Nitemare, they're gonna go up against 7 Piece. So again, another match to really decide who falls down into the bottom half. Heartbreakers, Goliath. I'm very excited for this one because Goliath, even though they lost today, I still think they're one of the better teams. And Heartbreakers, of course, they're just on a run right now. Seems like no one can stop them, but maybe Goliath will be the team to do so. Redwood Rockets taking on the Gerald fan club. Not much left to get here for the Gerald fan club, but I do think they're a solid team, so this could be a potential upset, and I think they are motivated to do that. And then we're closing it out next week with Hayden Overwatch team versus Atomic, like we just mentioned. Also a crazy match because Atomic, they look like the best team, or like they looked unstoppable coming into this week, but they slipped up against Heartbreakers, so it's really anyone's game again.
I want to point out that both the first, second, and fourth matches, I think it could very easily be a situation where the winner makes top 4, the loser falls out of top 4. Then when it comes to Redwood versus Gerald, obviously Redwood I think makes top 4 if they win. Gerald can't make top 4, but they could absolutely play spoiler.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe going outside of the box here for B League. This is an exciting weekend here for us at BPL, because starting tomorrow we have our first round of play-in matches for A League. Those guys are already done with their regular season, so we have 8 teams entering tomorrow, but only 4 teams will leave, because whoever loses tomorrow, they're out of the season. So everything's on the line here. Any matchups you guys are excited for? For me personally, I think it's 6 Piece Galaxy.
I'm gonna go with the Monarch Admin Aces, because I know definitely those 2 teams, I feel like they can be flippy floppy in terms of like it can be anyone's game here.
Yeah, totally. I'm personally also kind of scared of Admin Aces, because their season has kind of been a wash, but when you look at that roster, it's such a crazy individual talent on that team. So if they get activated for playoffs, then this could just be a team. Maybe they're a last place team in the standings, but they could just win it all. Who knows? I mean, if this follows B League at all, then anything can happen here in BPL, and that's honestly the exciting part about it. So yeah, it's gonna be a great weekend of matches tomorrow. We're gonna be back tomorrow at 6 p.m. EST for our first round of play-in matches. I'm gonna say thanks MFG, thanks Dividing for being here and casting these matches. Thanks everyone on the production side of things. Thanks everyone for lobby admining, for speccing everything. It was a great day of matches tonight. We're gonna be back tomorrow, so see you guys. Have a great night.
Bye.
BPL Season 3 is brought to you by ExpressVPN, Badcliff, and John_Overwatch Coaching.